You can do so without compromising the essentials. Take the things that are important with you. I want to personally thank you for taking the time to watch this video. It's our hope that you will never be in a situation where you will have to consider all the things we've discussed. But if you are, now you're prepared to be prepared and survive. For more information, go to normie.org or normieproetf.org or email us at support@normie.org. We're here to serve you. Thank you very much.
Hey there, my name's Doug Hoffman. I'm the Executive Director of NORMI, National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors, and I'm so excited to be able to share with you information about our new certification, the Certified Remediator for Sensitized Individual. And this class is actually led by one of our new senior trainers, Michael Pinto, who's been in the sensitized individual field for many, many years. And I'm just going to turn it over to him and let him talk to you a little bit about why this class is so important for anybody that's in the industry. So, Michael, it's all yours.
Thank you, Doug. I appreciate that very much. Just want everybody to know that the reality is that you're dealing with sensitized individuals, whether you know it or not. Anybody who's in the mold assessing and or remediation field, some of the people that you're coming across indicate that they've been made sick by mold, or they, as you do your occupant interviews to understand what's going on in the home, you may find out that they're talking about symptoms. Now, we are not doctors, but what we are professionals that are trying to help resolve some of these issues. So what this particular class does is three things very specifically. It helps turn you into a better remediator. There's absolutely no doubt about that. You can be a good remediator, you can be an average remediator, but this will help you be a better remediator, and that's just good across the board. The real issue, though, is that for sensitized individuals, it's a necessity. You can't miss the details. The second thing that the class does is expand upon some of the things that just get missed in a general sense in regards to following the IICRC S520, the mold standard. Most people know about conditions 1, 2, and 3, normal fungal ecology, and visible fungal growth as condition 3. What gets missed is that whole condition 2, deposition of airborne spores. And that brings us to the third thing as well, is how much money are you leaving on the table when you're doing a partial remediation and focusing on removing the source material, but you're not even investigating or offering to do some of the whole house cleaning or the cleaning that is necessary to take the condition 2 parts of the office or the home and bring that all back to a normal fungal ecology, rather than just the area that you contained to remove the mold in the basement or the mold under the sink or the mold in the bathroom. So all of these things come into play in the NCRSI course, but the biggest thing is it makes you a better remediator across the board. And I'm excited to be one of the instructors, not the only instructor, but one of the instructors, and just share some of these tips and tricks over the course of the 2-day class. So we hope to see you there, and you can check the NORMI schedule and the best training system schedule for when the next course is. Looking forward to seeing you either online or in person.
Thank you, Michael, and I'll look forward to seeing you at the next class.
Absolutely, Doug. Bless you.
Well, tonight we have a special guest with us, Robert Pettyjohn. Now I met Robert, I don't know, several months back. I believe it was in Treasure Island at a class that we had going, and very, very interesting gentleman. And you'll see as we start talking tonight, just the experience that he brings with him to the table here. But I can't do him justice. I was actually reading through some of his I guess designations and certifications, and there's so many of them. I gave up trying to figure out what some of them even were. So I'm going to let him tell you a little bit about himself. But Robert, I just want to bring you into the room and say, just kind of let everybody know who you are and a little bit about your background, and we'll go from there.
First of all, it's a real honor to be sitting with you on this phone call tonight. You have impressed me from the very first time we met. And of course, the whole Normie organization is so impressive, and I'm very thankful to be here. And it's another step in this whole progress that you and I go through in our life, how we meet people and they influence us one way or the other. And I'm very, very thankful that my friend Scott Mitziff, with whom I serve on the board at the IICRC, introduced me to you guys and told me about Mr. Hoffman and about Mr. Adams and the tremendous relationships that y'all have got going on down there. And I'm glad I opened the computer and looked at and talked with y'all. This fits very nicely in my personal and professional development. And I'm very thankful for that. Yes, sir.
Well, thank you. So who are you? What's your company? What do you do in this industry?
Well, the way I can best answer that by how I started out. And I came up here to Wake Forest, North Carolina, in order to get a PhD in world religions. And everything was going just fine, except for the fact I was stone cold broke. And we had to get something to do. So I said, Lord, what are we going to do? And he led me to a fellow named Chubb Seyfried in Concord, North Carolina. And Chubb says, Robert, if you want to do this business, and by the way, I had, in order to make ends meet, I had answered an ad in a newspaper that said clean carpets make $800 to $1,000 a week. But it was one of these bait and switch organizations where they send the flyers out in the mail. We'll clean your carpet 6 rooms for $31.95. But when you get to the job, you have to add on and add on and add on, because there's no way you can do it for that away. But I saw that there was people that had a lot of carpet and a lot of it needed to be cleaned. So I asked my friend Chubb Seyfried, who is also in the Mid-South Professional Cleaners Association, a regional trade association. And Chubb said, Robert, if you're going to do this business, you got to do this and this and this and this and this. And thankfully I did that and that and that and that and that. And an amazing thing happened to me just this week, and that is that a gentleman from New Jersey asked me to be a part of a Zoom call for the National Organization for Remediators and Mold Inspectors. And I could not believe that this happened. So what an honor to be here and to see how things have progressed from one stage to the other. And now I'm in a Zoom call with you. Who would ever have believed this 31 years ago? I'm so honored to be here.
You are most welcome, and thank you for that. We appreciate you being here and talking with us, and just bring the wealth of knowledge that you have, for our members to hear the things that you've done. I know you talked about the carpet cleaning industry, and I know you specialize, I believe, in like Oriental rugs and stuff like that. But I think there's also something out there about you with the infection control also. So it's like, this is a big gambit that you cover of, things for the cleaning industry and restoration side.
Well, you know everything about me, don't you? What?
Well, there you go. Okay, thanks a lot. No.
Oh, you're too cool, buddy. I like you. You ask very good questions. Yes, sir. Thankfully, my mom and daddy instilled me with a huge curiosity. My professor at graduate school said, learning is disciplined curiosity. And that means that once the spark goes off, you still got to get up and grab the encyclopedia or whatever, wherever you get your information from, and then learn it and digest it. And I've been very, very fortunate that I've been placed in front of the right people at the right time. My very first IICRC class was with Lee Pemberton, the great Lee Pemberton from McKeesport, Pennsylvania. And to have started off that way is incredible. And that has led one step to the next, to where now I have been asked to serve on the board of directors of the IICRC for the last 4 years. I'm a secretary of the executive committee, and what an honor that is. But along the way, as you know, other stuff happens. And we usually start in carpet cleaning, and that curiosity leads to upholstery cleaning, and of course, water damage restoration. And of course, people now say, can you wash this rug? Oh, yes. And I'm sitting in a home office out here in Wake Forest, and I can look out in the backyard where we used to wash Oriental rugs in my daughter's swimming pool, a little bitty plastic swimming pool. So even back then, it was a big deal. And we used to hang the rugs on the side of the fence out there. And one day it came up a cloud, and we had 21 rugs we had to dry in our house. So little bitty things like that add up. And now we're one of the most recognized, and I think the finest, most ethical, environmentally responsible, and ergonomic rug cleaning plant anywhere in the nation per cubic foot, without question. Yes, sir. So I'm very thankful.
Well, that is impressive. I mean, yes, this industry, unfortunately, especially in unregulated states on the mold side, you know, there's a lot of problems with people being out there. Like you started off saying, you know, a bait and switch type of an ad that you took, and I'm sure that runs rampant through a lot of the cleaning industry also, like it does in the mold industry. And, you know, to hear you talk about the way that you try to keep this industry on the up and the way that your company operates, that's what we're looking to do. We really want people like you involved in this industry and pushing it forward, keeping it, I'll use the word clean, you know?
Yeah, I had no idea that we were going to bring this up, but I was just on the phone call with my friend Penny Trelau from out in Australia. Just a little while ago, we were on a little Zoom call because we both serve on the IICRC S400 and the S410 cleaning and infection control committees. We're helping to write that standard. And she says that there are people all around there who want to fog something into your house and then walk out as though they've done something very special. But no, that's not the guys at Normie. And that's one of the things that attracted me to you guys, is that this is not the National Organization for Shortcut Schmaltzes. This is for remediation, dadgummit, and inspecting the way it ought to be done, for mold particularly, because there's a lot of people out there getting sick because it's not been done right.
So if I said that you have a passion for this industry, I think it's kind of an understatement to hear you talking now.
Okay. Let me tell you something. And one of the reasons that this has evolved over the years, of course, my mom and daddy taught me to do something the right way. That's a big deal. But here of late, within the last 2 or 3 years, we've been involved with some of these military families in helping to remediate the homes that they're in, not on base, of course, because it's hard to get on base and really do remediation the right way. A lot of these people who run the housing on these bases really aren't interested in doing it the right way right now. That's going to be changing. It is changing very, very quickly. But being into their homes where they've had to move off base and helping them clean and decontaminate their stuff that was involved in this mess in these houses. And thankfully, one day I was up in Kalamazoo, Michigan, meeting and speaking with my dear friend, Dr. Michael Pinto, and he put me on the phone with a lady named Shelley, who was involved in this military mess about 10 or 12 years ago, the very first lady to prove in a federal court causation between mold and brain injury. She is the one who proved on a Dolbear standard that this thing really happens. And she turned me on to another lady who was going through some problems there at Camp Lejeune. Her name was Lindsay. And I went down to see Lindsay and immediately saw the horrific circumstances her kids and her family had been placed in because of this mold business, and really became a passion of mine, because goodness, these are folks who are defending our country. And her husband even told me he felt better in old nasty Iraq than he did in his own house. That's a deadgum shame. And we're working to correct that mess. You ask very insightful questions, by the way, and I appreciate that, Lance. You're amazing, son.
I see it's kind of getting your dander up there a little bit, but it's questions that have to be asked. And we've done a lot of work on military bases also. We've done training on military bases. And we have our environmental task force, which is a nonprofit. We've actually donated equipment to people that live in really bad housing situations on those bases. So we've been involved with this for a while. So I understand what you're saying, but you said something very interesting there, and it's a little off track from where we were going, but you mentioned about causation of brain injuries. I was doing some research between last week and actually this weekend, and found there's some legislation and rules out there from the ADA, American Disabilities Act, that actually covers breathing and environmental conditions causing substantial breathing issues, which would qualify as a disability under the ADA. So, and again, I'm not an attorney and I'm just reading it for face value, but it's interesting that all of these things are starting to come together as people are looking for multiple disciplines, if you want to call it. And everybody's starting to find the same thing, that, there's a lot of correlation between molds and bacteria and illnesses and in the environment that people used to ignore.
Lance, you're right on, man. And thank you for your interest. My professor said that learning is discipline, curiosity, and you have that within you too. You go find the dadgum answer, and that's very impressive. But I've cried with these girls, man, at their home and watched their children undergoing these night terrors. When a lady gets mold going on in her brain, it causes some swelling in her brain, and that affects the pituitary gland, that affects things that ladies go through on a regular basis. And for many ladies, it's caused them to where they can't have children. And that is a dadgum shame that that's going on. But
yeah,
thanks to organizations like NORMI and the IICRC and the S520 and the standards that we produce, things are, there is good news ahead if people are willing to accept it.
Absolutely. Well, in an effort to keep your blood pressure down a little bit, I'm going to change gears here a little, and let's go into another topic a little bit. Give you a little bit of a break there.
Oh, you're too cool, buddy.
I know you said you were introduced to NORMI like through Scott out in, I guess he's out in Washington.
He's in Yakima, Washington.
Yeah,
yes.
I know Scott. I've talked with him many times. A really nice guy. But as far as our courses, because I know you've really started to look in and you've taken a lot of training from all over the place. What do you think is one of the most important things that we do as far as teaching a course? What kind of courses, do you find of interest, especially with your background?
Well, the most important thing, the most amazing thing about NORMI is not your courses and all that stuff. It's the people that are there. I mean, goodness gracious, of course, you, Lance, and Mr. Hoffman, and Mr. Adams, and Mr. Zualaga, these people are really huge. Justin and David and Roger, and the ladies that answers the phone call out there in
Arkansas.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Those people are the people that are surrounding, that are with you guys at NORMI, are what's really, really impressive. Then you start to take a course and you say, well, dang, it's no wonder that you guys are so impressive, your coursework, because I'm sorry,
that's okay.
That's a phone call from somebody at NORMI, as a matter of fact. I'm so sorry. Good.
That's announcing our training for tonight.
You can tell I'm old fashioned with that ringtone, can't you? Okay, good. All right. But you mentioned the courses. And to me, the most important course you guys teach down there, I'm sorry, but this is my opinion, is this mold remediation for sensitized individuals. Why is that? Because if you can do it for the sensitized people, you can do it for anybody. So if you can gear your program up in such a way that you're cleaning now for the most sensitized individual out there, then you're going to pass every clearance test. You're going to pass every important evaluation that goes on in somebody else's home. Plus, you don't know whether somebody is carrying that dreaded HLA gene in their body. We don't even know that. So if we take a chance and we miss something that we should have gotten, well, shame on us. That means you've not done it properly and you've not done it according to normie standards and regulations. And that's what's impressive about you guys. So to have somebody like Dr. Pinto, Michael Pinto, come down and lead that course is just unbelievable. That's a pivotal course.
It is a good course. It's a very good course. I've seen him teach it, and
I know it's not cheap. I know that. This is one of the most expensive courses y'all have got. But if you can do this, you can do anything.
Well, you got the two rock stars teaching it. You got Michael and Doug both teaching that course.
Unbelievable. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Wow. So, what a thrill.
Well, let's talk about certifications. Like I started when I was introducing you at the beginning about, the different things that you have, and education wise, there's a ton of stuff that you do and that you're trained in. And I don't know if you want to ramble off a few of those, just kind of some of your background enhancements. I know you said you were first starting for a PhD in religious studies, but you've like morphed into a whole nother direction.
Well, as you would that men should do to you, do you even so unto them, for this is the law and the prophets. That was written in another standard that we are familiar with. Jesus said that in their Sermon on the Mount. But when you look 2,000 or 3,000 years earlier than that, what Moses was involved with in Leviticus chapter 14 about the mold remediation, it's been in there since almost the beginning of time and recorded religious history anyway. So this is a huge deal. And thankfully, I've got a proper background for this mold business in our cleaning. Of course, we're certified triple master cleaner at the ISRC, but that's a big deal. I'm also a certified rug specialist. We're the only certified rug specialist in the state of North Carolina. We wash the governor's rugs and all that stuff. No, they're not his rugs, dadgummit. They're the citizens. They belong to the citizens of North Carolina. So I'm taking care of you. Hey, I'm taking care of your rugs out there. Don't worry about that. We're also certified water law specialists, one of about 125, 150 in the country of that. If you're going to do a flood on water, you better know what you're doing. So getting involved with the Restoration Industry Association, Pete Consigli and these guys who taught this class the way it ought to be done. I mean, that was tantamount to a college level thesis we had to present to get our certified water law specialist. That was just really very, very huge. And the same way it is to become a certified master rug cleaner and certified rug specialist, CRS. That was a huge, huge thing to do. And now to be involved with Normie is just another. It is said, birds of a feather flock together, and it's nice to be involved in a group like Normie that takes things to the highest level possible, and I'm very, very thankful for that. Yes, sir.
I like to I bring it down to a very, very simple level when I talk with people and we start talking about how things work and everything like that. And to me, the basic philosophy is, and I've said this before on many trainings that I've been to, we try to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. It's that simple, You don't have to go any further than that. I mean, you can't set a higher bar. And, it's something that's practical and understandable to almost everybody out there.
And thankfully, the courses that you and I have been through weed out the folks who are not living by that standard.
Yeah.
And any schmaltz, any bedwetter can go out and take a course. We know that. But they're not going to stick with it to the end, to where the results that they're looking for is a cleaner rug, a healthier environment, a more responsible way to treat. We're not just fogging something in somebody's dadgum house. No, we're really getting it clean the way it ought to be clean, and documenting it and proving it with our field tests and third-party confirmation of verification of what we're doing. Yes, sir.
Well, there you go. Back to the do the right thing because it's the right thing to do, and the results speak for themselves. They really do. I'm going to put you on the spot now. Sorry about that. All right. And I know you've kind of alluded to it, but if you were going to sum up what really you like about Normie, and if you were going to tell somebody about us, where do you think you would go with that?
Well, as I mentioned a while ago, the people are number one. You've got to trust somebody. You don't trust a book unless it's a Bible or something. But you don't. And even the Bible says that its purpose is to reflect what Jesus did on earth. So the same way it is with Normie. You guys, man, are from the ladies that answered the phone call all the way to Mr. Hoffman. That's what's so impressive. Not only that, but you base your course material on standards that have already been in place. And it's no secret that whenever you teach a course, you show up there on your screen the IICRC S520 standard for professional mold remediation, for example. You don't try to appear to people that it's y'all's idea. You're the first one to come up with it. No. You know that you're a part, as the poet said, I'm a part of all that I have met, yet all experiences and arts where through gleams that untraveled world whose margin or whose horizon fades forever and forever as I move. I'll think of who did that in just a second. It's a 17th century poet. But you realize that you're a part of a long chain. You're handling, the baton has already been passed and is handing off to other people like you and me. And we cannot drop it because so many people's lives, so many people's well-being, and even our companies depend on it. And for crying out, our reputation. And the thing that has been my greatest asset in life is been that I know how to pick my in-laws properly. A lot of people get stuck with bad mothers and fathers-in-law, but my daddy and my father-in-law was the finest real estate agent in Northwest South Carolina. And my mother-in-law ran a credit bureau up there in Easley, South Carolina. And Dad never, ever said, is this the best you can do, Robert? You've got a master's degree. Is this the best you can do? No. He would come in and he would say, whatever you're doing, let's just be the best at it. And from my mother and father-in-law, it's been that way. And to be a part of an organization like that is like Normie, that is consistent with my values, is really, really huge to me, because I don't have to wonder about some schmuck trying to tell me something that's not right, or some bedwetter lead me down some road that's not going to lead to anything. No, that's why I like Normie.
Okay. Again, we have to work on your blood pressure. You're getting all passionate about this, which is great. I really,
as Cheech and Chong says, this is a big dope deal. And my neighbor across the street was their lawyer, so he was busy for a long time. So
there you have it.
And, yes, sir. But these are big deals, and we've got for crying out loud, people's lives and their future children depend on what we're doing.
Yeah. Well, I was
just at a lady's house, a dear friend of mine outside of St. Louis the other day. We have an Instascope machine, and of course we've been trained by you guys how to assess a building indoor air quality, and being able to go in there and know that when we leave and after we prescribe what needs to happen, that they're going to be living in a nice, clean, healthy home. And that is really important to me.
Yes, it is.
What?
It's just-
You see, I gave a talk to a bunch of real estate agents the other day. About 200 were on a call. My dear friend up here, Brian Pate, allowed me to address. He teaches all the real estate people in North Carolina, and I got on there and I told him that a clean air, a clean and healthy environment is the new view. They used to be able to stick you out when you're buying a house. They take you to the window and look out there. Just imagine your kids playing. Just imagine the garden growing and all that. No. The important thing now is just imagine you living in your sanctuary where you can go home and take the mean old nasty dirty things that you've come in contact with in your life during the course of that day and come to your sanctuary and heal and get better. My friend Jeff Jones in Oklahoma City says that when we get stronger, not while we're lifting weights, but while we're asleep at night and our body's rebuilding itself. Well, that's why, as you guys say in your class, that we breathe 3,000 gallons of air every day. I mean,
yep. 20,000 breaths is the average.
God, exactly right. So we're focused a lot on urine. So how many times do you urinate during a day? 9 or 10, maybe? And so how much water do you drink? I don't know. But you breathe in and out 20 to 23,000 times a day. Far more important. Yes, sir. So, well,
Doug has an expression he uses for that. He says, "You either have a good filter or you are one." It makes sense. Robert, I've really been enjoying this, and I'm sure that our members are too. I would love to have you back as a follow-up. Maybe get a little bit more into the infection control side and everything in another interview. If that would be okay with you.
Oh my goodness, yes, I got a lot of cool things to say about that. The coolest is the primacy of cleaning. We go in there with spraying this stuff and want to decontaminate everything in the world. But no, if you clean it properly first, you are way ahead of the game. And isn't that what our mamas and daddies taught us to do a long, long time ago?
Yeah.
And isn't it what, I'm going to show you this thing here. Isn't it what Doug tells in this book right here?
Yeah.
You keep it clean and dry. This is one of the most pivotal books, I think. I know it's kind of fuzzy. I don't know.
That's okay.
It's just mold-free construction 2.0 to the title of it. Everybody in the nation ought to own that copy, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
And they ought to be connected to you somehow, by George, to get your New Jersey influence. Because if you do what a guy from New Jersey says, you're okay.
I had a call from somebody in New Jersey today too, speaking to me. So it was kind of interesting. He thought I was from down south originally. I said, really? With my lack of accent? Yeah. Okay. So,
but listen, Lance, y'all got the best tomatoes and the best corn on the cob anywhere in the country up yonder in New Jersey.
Yes, we do.
Man,
hey, it's the Garden State. That's what they call it.
That's true. It's not all Patterson and Passaic.
No, of course, it was also 9 degrees out yesterday morning, but we'll go beyond that. But hey, Robert, I really appreciate you spending the time here with us, and I definitely want to get you back so we can talk more about the infectious disease control side. And
there's so much more to talk about, yes, sir. And what an honor to spend some time with you. You ask good questions, by the way. You're like a doctor or something. I thought I was going through a physical or something. You're really good.
Well, wait till next time.
Oops. Okay.
Robert Pettyjohn, thank you very much for being here with us.
Okay, dear friend, it's an honor. Thank you, my friend.
Hi, everybody. I would like to introduce you to my guest tonight, and it is Jeff Cross, who is the media director for ISSA. And for those of you that have heard us talk over the years about CleanFacts magazine and the ISSA magazine, he is the man. So, Jeff, you want to come in and say a quick hello and tell us a little about yourself for those folks that have not met you yet?
Well, thanks, Lance. Yeah, I've been around the industry for many, many years, and I'm the media director for ISSA, as you mentioned, which is 3 magazines, but the one that most recognized is CleanFacts, which is the one for cleaning contractors and restoration professionals like you normie folks are. So I used to own my own company, and I was a journalist in my early days, started my own cleaning and restoration company, and got the itch to write again. And sometimes when I'm stuck at the desk, I wonder, why did I ever do that? Because I think that right now it is beautiful, a beautiful day, and what a great day to be out there going from one job to the other. But I'm stuck at my desk looking at you, Lance, which is not a bad thing. But so I've been doing this work for quite a while, and I love it. 3 magazines. We do videos, we do webinars, we do everything with media to promote our industry. So I've been with ISSA for about 7 years now. Yeah. And other companies before that owned CleanFacts.
So what are like some of the main differences between the different publications? I mean, they're obviously for slightly different markets or verticals.
Yeah. So CleanFacts, which is the one that you folks help us to promote. I know when you do a class, you send us subscribers to this. It's like I mentioned for cleaning contractors, carpet, floor cleaning, commercial cleaning services, and restoration. We focus on both. It's a split audience. We have the largest print distribution and email distribution out there. So that's one of our publications. The other is CMM, which is Cleaning and Maintenance Management Magazine. And that's more for your building service contractors, your in-house facility crews, those that clean buildings and maintain them, the ones who manage those operations. So some who are out there trying to get jobs or get land accounts, and others trying to hold them and keep them in-house. So a split audience there in a way, but it all works with our content, and we make sure that we have something for both sides of that audience. And then ISSA Today magazine is our member benefit publication. So if you're an ISSA member, you receive this in the United States. If you're outside the US, it's an email delivery. And that's more of a higher level. We call it the C-suite, which means people with important titles like CEO, CFO, COO, and all that. So when you think about our media brands, we have something for everyone. But if you're doing anything with mold, inspections, cleaning, CleanFacts is your magazine. And I know Doug he writes for us. In fact, if you look at the next issue of CleanFacts, you'll see an article that Doug is featured in, a really good piece that we put together.
Yeah, I know he's been writing a bunch of stuff for a while now, but to me, well, first of all, you had mentioned about the ISSA magazine, and that's something that all the ISSA members get. A lot of our members do have a dual membership with ISSA. Actually, we have a special discount arrangement for our normie members that want to join as a dual membership with ISSA. So that's something that they would be getting, correct? That magazine?
Yes. And if they're watching this recording, if they're watching our episode here, they can reach out to me and I'll figure out what's going on. But if you're a member of ISSA, whether it's with ISSA or the dual membership, we will send you the print copy. So as long as we have the address, sometimes that's the issue. People might sign up for an organization. We don't have their address, but if we have their email, they're getting the digital copy as well.
Okay. Well, from a business standpoint, being involved with receiving all these different magazines, it's input, it's information coming at you. And there's so many different verticals under indoor air quality, which everything that we're talking about here really comes under that. I would assume that they would get a lot of insight from the different facets of the industries from these different magazines, because they are different. And they're looking at it from different perspectives, whether it's the maintenance facility side or the actual contractor side. And I can only see that as being helpful.
I agree. It is helpful, and it is a different perspective. We all have the same goal to clean, to restore, to bring back to conditions that are acceptable, to protect health, to make buildings, homes safer, cleaner. And when it comes to media content, we all know that you have your devices, you have your iPads, you have your computer. I know I consume my news in digital format for the most part, but our magazine brands, the print, the digital, they're more thought leadership. They're not so much the breaking news as the things that we need to know about as professionals. And some of it might be a reminder because we have many seasoned contractors who are a part of our audience. And we know a lot of our publications are used for training as well, because, you know, Lance, you've been around a while, just like me. You might get an article and it's like, yeah, I know that. But do the people who work for you or that you know that? So a lot of our material is forwarded on and shared amongst others.
I think that's the biggest thing that has been lacking in this industry previously. The amount of information that's out there that's really available and credible being passed out to the masses that really need it. And that's not just the contractors. I mean, like you said, you have a magazine for facility management, and we haven't even talked about the public, because we know there's a need in the public. We just don't have the want there yet. But that's changing since COVID. I mean, all of a sudden, I know you've noticed it, and I have, that people are like, this whole breathing thing is a thing, and indoor air quality is important. And I'm sure that's affected your business and your publication side.
It has. So, you know, we focus, we're a B2B media team. We focus on business to business content. So when we write something, it's for people like Normie members, ISSA members, it's for them. But we get a lot of traffic on our websites from consumers. And we know when someone's looking at something and the numbers are astronomical on the topic, the ones reading that is probably outside our industry to some degree. So people out there that you're working for that might be in the buildings we clean or the homes, they're looking for content as well, because they want to have the same thing, clean air to breathe. You know, what do I do to make my house healthier? The air I'm breathing inside, I can see the dust particles in the sunlight. What do I do with that? They're looking for information, and they're finding it with groups like ours.
You know, we're constantly putting out the same message about, you know, how important breathing is, how to improve your environment, how to make it healthier, safer, cleaner. Those are the tag words that we go with. And that's really the direction that I think everybody here is really striving for. But the consumer, they're hungry for this information. And the more that they come in contact with our organizations, the more specific they are as far as who does work for them. I get calls from contractors that are like, how do I get certified with you? I said, well, we have our No, I got to do it right away. Well, what's the rush? I'm working with the customer and they won't let us do the work unless we're Normie certified.
Well, good for Normie.
Well, the word's getting out there, and you know, that wasn't a shameless plug for us. That's just the way the phone calls come in.
You're allowed 3.
3? Oh, okay,
3.
That's one. Keep score. But the reality of it is people are seeing that there are stable and reputable methods out there, and they're starting to learn that. And they're learning it because now the want is there. People want this type of environment to be in. And it's publications like yours, it's the training classes that are going out there from all these different organizations pushing the same message. I think that's making the biggest thing.
Mm-hmm. That was, if that's a question, that's the longest one I've ever had, Lance. That's a good one.
It's from working with Doug for so many years. You ask the question and you get the whole delivery.
I hope he doesn't see this, but
I'm sure he will.
So
go ahead.
So to comment on your comment, I think that things that make real change in our industry is going to be consumer driven. So if you have a product to sell, if you have an air purifier or a mold removal product or whatever it is that works, then contractors, sure, they'll buy it and they'll use it. But what if the consumers demand it? You mentioned someone had to be certified by Normie to do the job. Consumer demand. And that's where it's at. We think of green cleaning. You know, if that was not in demand by the consumer, by those who are paying the bills, who we work for, it wouldn't happen. Think of recycling. You know, we all know we should recycle, but where's that demand? By the consumer. It's driven by them. So that's cool that someone called you and needed to be certified. We had that with ISSA as well. When the pandemic started, we have our GBEC division, and we had people saying, I need to be certified right now. Like, okay, here's the process. No, I mean, right now has to be done. Well, think about it before, hopefully you're a member, got certified, or is a member now, but any professional out there that might be watching this, you got to plan what you're doing and be ready instead of being reactive to the demand by the consumer. But I think that's it, Lance. Consumer demand. And I think Normie's probably been successful because people are aware of what you're doing, and thus the professionals need to be part of you.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. But you mentioned something a minute ago about GBAC, and a few weeks back we did an interview with Gavin, and he's a big player with the GBAC side.
Mhm.
How does that affect the magazine production that you guys do? I mean, what kind of involvement is GBAC with what you're producing?
Well, having Gavin on with, on our videos and stuff with his Australian accent has helped tremendously.
Yeah.
But besides the accent, and he's proud of that, by the way, Gavin writes for us, and Patty Ollinger, our executive director, writes for us as well. And we have Michael Diamond now, who's part of our team. We're using these experts to write, to be on video, to provide content and quotes, to help the industry out. The reception's been great. They know what they're talking about. I'm not the expert. I'm the journalist. I'm asking the questions. And they, a journalist who doesn't know the answers is probably a better one. So that's where I'm at. I asked them to provide the content, like that interview I did with Doug and Gavin for the article that's coming out. I asked, 8 questions or so, and the content that we have in that article is fantastic. So it'll be in two of our magazines, actually, ISSA Today and Clean Facts. So when you deal with issues like clean and disinfecting and remediation, all of these things that are high level, you want the very best experts. And I think that's what we have with GBAC. They've been with us a few years now, and they're doing great work. And of course, we work with Normie as well, and the training you folks do is great. I've nothing but respect for the programs. And the thing is, people have to embrace it and take it and use it and tell their customers about it too.
Well, that's the biggest thing. And the word spreads. And again, that's why I mentioned the call, but we get a lot of calls like that. And usually they pass them over to me because that's some of these, crisis. I need to be certified now. Well, that's nice. We'll see what we can do to help you out. But there's only so much we can do because of our requirements. But that's something that does happen quite a bit. But I do have a few other questions for you. And then I think we're going to switch this around a little bit. We're going kind of a different direction. But
yes,
I understand that ISSA is approaching a 100-year anniversary. And I mean, you don't look a day over 99. So, I'm sure you could give us a little insight as to this 100-year path that they've gone on.
Sure. I look very young because of the makeup. When you're on camera, you have to have someone put the makeup on you. So there you go. And you look great too, Lance, by the way.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
And I love your office too. Very fancy. That's why you get all those phone calls.
That could be it. There's nobody behind me answering the phone. That's the problem.
Right.
That's why they're all
It's empty.
coming to me. Yeah.
Yeah. So ISSA we celebrate our 100-year anniversary next year. So if you want to send a present or something, I'll let you have my address. So that's always welcome.
Okay.
But it started with 7 companies. And I think the first trade show was in Missouri in 1923. So it started with a few people getting together saying, hey, we need some collaboration. We need to unify the industry. What can we do? And so about 100 years ago, they got together and ISSA was formed. And over the years, it's grown. So it started with those few members. And over the years, people recognize the value, because really, what is a trade association for? It's to provide member benefits, and we have a laundry list of those, but also a place to be heard. We have our government advocacy department. We have a way to speak to leaders out there in the world, and we want to make cleaning a better place, the industry a better place. So it started small. And since then, now we have 10,500 member organizations. And you think about what that means. We're not talking about people, we're talking about companies. And a company can have 100 employees, it could have 10,000 employees. So the number of those who are impacted, who can take advantage of ISSA, is a tremendous number. And we're also global. We have offices in Australia, in Korea, Italy, and we reach the masses. We have offices to help with that. So I can't remember how many countries we're in, but it's significant. We're global as an operation. And we're always looking to provide whatever people need. whether it's through media. I get an idea from a member. Hey, what about this topic? We'll create it. We'll put it out there. We have training. We have our trade shows, and we have other events as well that we put out there for our members and others as well. But we concentrate on our members.
You know, you mentioned global. We had been talking several years back, just prior to COVID, and we were going to be going out to Australia to do some training out there. And one of the delays that we ran into was the wildfires that were covering the whole continent. And so that delayed us going out, and then COVID hit and we couldn't go. So COVID did create a situation where we weren't able to go out to Australia and provide the training that we were going to be doing. But at the same time, COVID created such a worldwide awareness of breathing issues, indoor air quality, viruses, bacteria, and all these other health things that were always there, but kept, you know, out of sight, out of mind kind of a thing. They put it right in front of everybody. So it did change the way that our model kind of functioned. We lost out a little bit on being able to do the training at that time, but it created such a worldwide awareness that it has really opened up the markets. And our members are seeing that. I am sure that the ISSA teams are realizing that too, that it's a whole new game now.
It is. And the concern I have is keeping that momentum going. So you're right. When COVID hit and we have the pandemic, in a way, it was good for our industry because it did raise that awareness. But what about now? I looked on the news this morning. It looks like the numbers are going back up right now. They're talking about another surge, but eventually this is all going to level out and we're going to get past the pandemic. What do we do with the awareness? You mentioned indoor air quality and breathing. I know that's a big component of what you do at Normie. What are you going to do to keep it going, Lance? What are you going to do?
Well, theoretically, people can't stop breathing. So, you know, it's kind of like even in real depressions, food services continue because people need to eat. So, you know, the other industries slow down. So there's certain things that you can't stop. So the breathing industry can't go away. It's just whether it becomes something that's reachable for people to be able to decide whether they're going to have less quality of the air they breathe so they can afford food, you know, depending how bad the times get. And hopefully we never reach a situation like that. But with the awareness, I don't think that's going away anytime soon, at least for a generation. You know, people have a generational memory, I think is the way I've heard it used, that, you know, as the next group grows up, they have different things to focus on, and the previous generation's issues and problems, well, it's not theirs, you know?
Yeah. So, you know, like I mentioned earlier, things are driven by consumers or people who use buildings who are breathing that air that's so necessary, as you mentioned. And I've seen cases where in technology where people can monitor what they're doing, monitor what they're breathing. I think that's going to be a game changer because your generation coming up, they like the data, they like the assurance. So you think about someone in the past, they just look at the surfaces, they say it's clean or it's not clean. Does it smell good? It smells good, so it must be clean. But now we can look at the data, we can look at the testing. And I think that's going to drive things. So consumer awareness is going to help. And I see your point about it's going to be around for a generation, but how quickly we can forget when things are put aside. That's my concern. We don't want to lose that momentum. So we got to keep that going.
You're absolutely right. And you mentioned about the technology and the data. And, you know, we had talked, previously that we're in the process of rolling out an entire monitoring program on a nationwide platform, and eventually it'll go international. But it's about monitoring data at locations and making that data available to the people that make adjustments and decisions monetarily as to what they do with their indoor air quality, plus the public. I mean, the short version is all this data that's being captured can be put on a very simple 60-inch TV at the front door of a big corporation as you walk in. Your current indoor air quality conditions are, and people see it walking in. So,
and they might walk out.
And walk out. Yeah. No, that's absolutely correct. It's kind of like the restaurant that you go into that all of a sudden the health department's gone in and given them a C rating instead of that A+ rating. It's like, maybe I'll go eat next door. You know, it's another way of showing confidence in your facility and your ability to keep it clean to the consumer. And again, it's all consumer driven, like you said. So, I mean, this stuff is what's going to keep this going, you know, for some time. Our monitoring program will be launching next month. That is something we've had a lot of excitement about. And I know we haven't talked in a lot of detail with you about that, but it's something that's going to break quickly. The people involved in our beta testing right now, I mean, I've gotten nothing but favorable remarks about it. There's a lot of excitement around it. So I think that's part of what's going to help this education going forward continue.
So it's a cool project you're working on. And I have to think that anyone walking into a building and they see the air quality. I mean, when you're on the interstate and you're driving and there's an alert on the sign that says air quality is whatever, you pay attention to that.
Absolutely.
You know, why is it low? And what is that fog I'm driving into? So I know you're talking about a higher level product that's going to really show the data, but we do want to know where we're going. And when we get there, what's it going to be like? We have to breathe, as you mentioned, but what are we going to be breathing?
Well, that's a funny statement, because you mentioned before about, you know, having the air smell better, and there's things we can do to make the air smell better in our environments. But what you're doing is actually adding VOCs, or volatile organic compounds, chemicals, to that breathable air to give it that smell. You're not really smelling roses. You're smelling something that's artificially creating that smell, and you're inhaling chemicals.
Are you a myth buster or what?
You know, it's just that whole reality check thing. You know, yeah, it smells good, but what are you really smelling? And is that affecting the air you're breathing?
Are you saying in my orange Gatorade, there's no real oranges in there?
You know, Doug uses the example of, I'm trying to think, I think it's the FDA that puts limits on contaminants in water. And they say that water containing 50 parts per million of arsenic is acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I just leave that question out there. Is that acceptable? You're drinking arsenic? You good with that?
Only a little bit.
Only a little bit. So, you know, it's that kind of stuff. If you have a choice, I'm sure you would want to drink the water without the arsenic.
I would vote for that. Yes.
Right. So with indoor air quality, if you have a choice of breathing air that doesn't have the chemistries in it to make it smell better, covering up a real problem, that might be something you would choose.
Yes. Agreed.
You know, so and
come put one of those machines in my house and I'll look at the signs and I'll know if I'm safe or not.
Okay. Well, we'll talk about that after. I think it's something that this is the right time. That's the only way I can describe it for this type of technology. About 15 years ago, I worked with a company that we had tried to bring a similar technology to the marketplace. Actually, it was using Motorola equipment at the time, and it was using telemetry. That's how far back we're going with the way it communicated. The internet wasn't stable enough. There wasn't enough speed. The technology wasn't there. It was ahead of its time, but the technology wasn't there to support it. 15 years later, wow, now, you know, computers and everything, as far as they've gotten advanced, can handle all this with everything cloud-based. So this now would be the time for this type of deployment. And I think that's where we're at.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to remember, there was a few things that I did want to talk to you about, other than, you know, basically, you know, the magazines. It's kind of like, what else you got in the works? You know, any surprises you can kind of like let out or not let out that you can accidentally let out?
Yeah, well, if there were surprises, it wouldn't be if I let it out. But no, I can't think of any big secrets to share with you, Lance. But looking forward to trade shows coming up and getting out and meeting people. We've been doing that. We've done a couple of trade shows already, and it was nice seeing people in person. So that's good. No, every day is fun, and I'm always looking for some angle for media. Our video program is doing great. We're approaching 1 million views on that in the past couple of years. So we're no Justin Bieber or some famous rock star that gets millions and millions for each video we do, but we're happy with what we're doing. People are watching just like they do with yours. And it's a small industry in a way, but important people. And so we're trying to make sure we give them what they need. That's the constant thing, always doing that, trying to provide content that is consumable, that they can't get somewhere else is easy.
No, you're right with that. So with that, let's flip this interview around a little bit. You're very comfortable in the interviewer type position. So is there any questions you want to ask me?
Yes, a few questions, and I am more comfortable asking questions. It's a little easier to do, I think, but I enjoy being a guest on your show, Lance. Very nice. And I've been around a few Normie folks at other training opportunities, so a great group. But tell me, how long has Normie been around?
2004, July 4th, I believe, was the actual creation date. And I've actually been with them since 2006.
Okay. And what was the purpose back then? And has that changed over the years?
Well, Doug tells the story that prior to Katrina, he had started doing some training on indoor air quality, and it had a lot to do with being able to help with the sales of purification technologies and stuff like that. People being trained and having knowledge of the industry and products make it easier to sell the products.
Mm-hmm.
So they started doing training. They became a training organization, and I believe it was the state of Louisiana approached Doug to do training for them. And then, a year later, Katrina hit after they had been doing training, and then it just took off from there.
Okay. So thinking about the training classes you've been doing, how have they improved? Someone looking in, why would they choose Normie?
Well, the training, just since I've been on board, which is 16 years now, it was a lower level, intro level into doing indoor air quality and mold assessment, and then touched on mold remediation after that. And that's expanded out by need and want. We went from an 8-hour inspection type class on how to do sampling and create a business model to 3 days training as our basic class now for mold assessment and mold remediation, followed by some really high-end classes, advanced stuff, like a CAIA class or indoor air quality assessor class. It's an advanced course. It's a 2-day, I'm going to say round the clock course, because Doug and I both teach that, and we take a small group into a hotel setting, and we are together for 3 straight days. It's really intense the way that it's taught. We have a few other classes. Michael Pinto is one of the instructors teaching some really high-end classes for us, and a few other people that we are bringing in. So the level of training has exponentially advanced over the last 15, 16 years where we are today. And it's really the industry standard.
Mm-hmm. So you think about a company that's maybe getting started, or it's been around a short time, it knows what it's doing. It's got, it's out there doing some work. When they become part of an organization like Normie, what real advantage does that give them? Can you think of maybe a case where someone joined and just, wow, they really excelled at what they're doing now?
Well, I can give you a few examples just from the comments of our classes. We'll have a lot of people that come that have been I've been in the industry 20 years. I've done everything, I had to do everything. And usually by the end of the first to the second day, they'll start meeting with our instructors saying, I've learned how much I really need to learn. It's a different set of eyes. They're looking at the industry when they come to Normie. And there's a reason for that. Doug, who actually has created the direction of Normie, has a very, very strong building background. He was a builder. He still has his building licenses in, I believe, Florida. And we look at the industry from a building science perspective, not from a water loss or an event, not from what college classes you've taken, but from building science. And a lot of people that have been out there doing this work never approached it from that specific side. And they start to see that, well, yeah, the building is kind of like a living creature, that as things change in the building, so does your approach. And that's how we look at it. And we teach that concept that, you're working with a building that's an entity, and it's very different. It's a different approach. It's a different way of dealing with the problems. And people are very surprised when they see that and say, I never thought of that.
Have you ever had someone come in, kind of like what you just mentioned, with some experience? They thought they knew what they were doing, and they no doubt did, but they came in with an attitude like, yeah, I got to take this. I have to get the certification to get the jobs. The customers want me to have this. And they had attitude and they changed.
They usually become members. and truthfully, because it's different than what they were used to. It's different than the pattern that they've been doing for the last 10 or 15, 20 years. And all of a sudden they see, by looking at it with a different set of eyes, different verticals, different prospects that are out there where they can increase their revenue share. I have a good friend that owns a very large air conditioning mechanical contracting company. And for years, I talked to him about indoor air quality. And he's like, I stay in my lane. We're really good. We're a multi-million-dollar company. We stay in our lane. COVID hit. And he started getting the phone calls about indoor air quality and filtration and
opportunity
and proactive stuff. And he called me and I started talking to him. He is fully on board. He sees that there's an entire new market out there for indoor air quality. And it changed his perspective of what they do, which they do very well. And now they've added to it. They've enhanced their product offerings because of looking at it differently. So, I mean, yeah, it's very positive when people come to us like that.
Yeah, indoor air quality as an acronym has been around a while, but it's really meant something with the pandemic. Let's talk about mold. Mold is in your name.
Yeah.
Normie, mold. Water damage is not. What do you do with those who want water damage training?
At the moment, we're actually approved to teach the WRT class. So we do offer that. We have the instructors from the IICRC. They actually come in, they teach that. And we just take that and we go from there with building science to the next step and go, well, your next option would be mold remediation. You've done your water drying, mold is another aspect of that, but so is bacteria. You get all different types of water losses that create all types of, I'll just say in general, pollution problems within the environment. So you go from the water drying to the next piece of mold to bacteria, then you get into more, again, back to the indoor air quality, the bigger umbrella, just the starting point that you're at.
So my last question is, what is going to happen next? What's the next big thing for Normie? You're doing training, you have products coming out. What's going to move the needle for you folks?
Well, it's already moving. And again, I'm beating the same drum, but as we're educating,
we do that sometimes.
Yeah, we're educating the public that it's not just about seeing mold on the wall. I've been asked the question, is that good mold or bad mold? I said, do you want it there? They go, no. So then it's bad. It's that simple. Yeah, there are different types, but we're dealing a lot now with sensitized individuals. That's become a very, very large piece of the market share. It's estimated about 20% of the population is reaching that classification of sensitized individuals. 350 million people in the US, it's about 70 million people that fall into that category. It's a very large piece, and it requires a higher end of training. You need to know how to deal with these customers and their projects differently than you would from a regular mold assessment or remediation project. That's a big change that's coming. This monitoring program, very big change to the industry. It's going to be awareness. It's the awareness shock factor, I guess, equivalent to asking somebody, how many times a day do you take a breath? Well, I don't know, a few hundred times. I said, how about 20,000 is the average? No, and you see that shock factor on them, that all of a sudden the reality of what is really happening is there. So the monitoring is giving them a live view, an understandable knowledge base of what's going on in their environment. And now they have the ability to control it. So like that shock value of we spray chemicals to cover up the smell, to how many breaths a day do you take, to now having control over your environment and managing how many breaths you take and the quality of air. That's big, and that's going to continue.
So circle back to the sensitivity issue. Sensitivities to what?
Well, the
The 70
biologicals,
million.
the biologicals are the common thing. Oh, I'm allergic to pollen. I'm allergic to dust and dander, mold. You know,
The
things like
triggers.
that. I'm sorry.
The triggers.
Yes.
Those that.
The basic triggers. But now with the awareness of everything else that's going on, you had mentioned earlier about, you know, spraying something or using chemicals to make it smell better. People are as reactive to that as they are to the biologicals. The chemicals that are in there, chemically sensitized individuals. And that's also part of the sensitized program of how do you clean somebody's environment or make it better without making it toxic on the chemical side. You know, the off-gassing products that'll off-gas for a year or two. You know, formaldehyde increased in all the products that we're bringing into our homes, furniture, carpeting, things like that. That does affect people. And, you know, it's how to help them, which is this whole new industry.
I've heard of formaldehyde in products, and I've heard some say that that's not true. Are formaldehyde used in products that will off-gas in our homes?
Heavily.
Okay.
Especially products that are coming from overseas. There was a big recall several years back on flooring that came from China, and it came in through a discount firm, and it was heavily contaminated with formaldehyde, where the floors, after being installed, had to be completely ripped out. So yes, it is a thing. FEMA, I believe, had an issue with the emergency trailers that they brought in for Katrina. They were contaminated with formaldehyde. And I'm saying contaminated, not like somebody sprayed formaldehyde in there, just the materials that were used to build it were treated with formaldehyde as preservatives, but they continued to off-gas and the trailers were unusable.
And that can be monitored. That can be detected through technology.
Yes, it can. Actually, the monitoring program that we're doing has a formaldehyde sensing module in that. So it will give you ongoing readings of that.
Well, that's a huge number of people that are potential clients of Normie members or ISSA members, because you can't ignore that.
No, and you know, it doesn't have to be a chemical that's going to appear on, you know, the periodic table. It could be something that's simple, just by putting, I don't want to say too many people, but a larger number of people in a room that's not designed for that many people. We're not bringing enough fresh air in, so your CO2 levels go up, not carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, where that's just a product of people breathing. Well, you start getting very high levels of that. People get headaches, they get tired, you know, so those are things that are very easy to control now if you know there's a problem.
Sure. Well, and I think too, I don't know how long you want to keep talking, but if someone has an issue, that's going to expand in their mind. So they may have the psychological aspect of this as well.
Well, absolutely. And you see that with your readers. You know, I'm sure you're getting feedback from people when these articles come out, you know, how many, and you can tell just by the numbers of how many people are actually opening your media and stuff like that, that there's a great increase there. I mean, you have to be seeing that, you know, especially when these things come out with these hot topics. Again, I go back to indoor air quality, you know, or mold or viruses. As soon as these words pop up, you know, I'm sure your readership goes, you know, much higher on those articles.
They're definitely searched for more. That's true, and opened through emails and on our digital publications.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I'll tell you what, we've chatted a bit. I've interviewed you, you've interviewed me, you know, unless we pull somebody else in the room. I think we're good for now, but I've enjoyed this.
Yeah.
We may have to do this again, and we'll do the dual interview type of thing here.
Well, and from this conversation, Lance, we need to do something in media about that 70 million people.
Absolutely.
The opportunities
Absolutely.
there, the need for training to address those concerns.
Yeah, I mean, and it is true. I mean, I'm sure anybody that's going to be seeing this has to know somebody that has allergies or is going for allergy shots, or for some reason their breathing condition has changed or their health has changed recently. It could be as simple as the new carpeting they brought in the house, you know.
Yeah,
So,
that kind of
yes.
person, there's one 30 feet from me. So
Yeah, there you
we
go.
all do know someone. Yeah.
All right. Well, I
All right, Lance.
appreciate you being here. Thank you for taking the time. And again, it was enjoyable. And
Yeah, thank you.
hopefully we'll get some really positive feedback from our members about this and more people taking on to Clean Facts.
I only want the positive. Don't tell me the negative. No,
there
tell me
won't be-
everything.
There's not going to be negative. So stand by a second, would you?
Yep.
All right. We have a special guest in the room. You may have seen him pop in here or not. I'm not sure if your screens were able to see him until he starts talking, just with the way that we have the format set up. But I want to introduce this gentleman. I met him a few years back at several conferences, and we've talked. We've been involved with different types of conversations, different meetings, Zoom calls, phone calls. So we spent quite a bit of time, actually, a little bit more time than I've spent with some of my relatives recently. I'm not sure if that's good or bad, but that's kind of the state that we're in here. So I want to bring him into the room and introduce, and I'm going to start it off and I'm going to let him go from there. It's Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner. And I believe your official title is the Senior Director of Global Biorisk Advisory Council, or GBAC, for the division of ISSA. Is that correct?
Yes, it is, Lance. That's my day job.
That's your day job. It's funny you say that, because I've heard you describe some of your other jobs. Oh, on the weekend I do this, and at night I do this. We went to the 36-hour day a few years ago, and it sounds like you're pretty much there now too. Well, what do you do? Let's start with that.
So you're right, Lance. I do work with ISSA, with the Global Biorisk Advisory Council, but I also teach 3 15-week courses at Penn State College of Medicine, which is just up here at Hershey. You quick drive up the I-15, an hour and a bit to get up there, and it's a Homeland Security program, and keeps me on my toes, because there's nothing better in life than actually teaching and then getting feedback from your students. So I've been doing that now since about 2011, so nearly 11 years. I teach a course in public health emergencies for disasters and terrorism. I teach another course in how to put together exercises like tabletops and drills. And then I teach another course on biological risk management, which is aligned with there's an ISO standard, would you believe, out there called 35001 for biological risk management. It comes under the risk management family of ISO. So I actually teach around that ISO standard, as well as how to do risk assessments, identify hazards, and then how to come up with cost-effective mitigation solutions.
So that's what you do in the morning. What do you do after lunch?
Oh, I can talk to you, Lance.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, it sounds like a pretty full schedule that you're carrying there, because I know it's involved just with the GBAC stuff. And I mean, teaching those 3 courses at Penn State, that's pretty impressive.
No, it is. And the ISSA GBAC work does keep us on our toes. I just can't explain how much I've learned in the last 2 years. It's really, it's really significant. Working with really good people who work really hard and are still looking for evidence-based, science-based solutions that are cost-effective is really the big challenge we have right now.
Well, Doug always talks about everything that we do and teach is all solution-based. So, I mean, it falls right in line with, what you're talking about. I mean, you're talking about on I'm saying a global scale. Would that be a pretty accurate description of what you're working with?
Yeah, yes, it is, Lance. And I just came back from Singapore. Who goes to Singapore for 2 days? Don't do that. Wouldn't recommend it to anyone, but I did go over to the Clean Leaders Summit in Singapore, which was a pretty substantial conference. They hold every 2 years. I wasn't aware of it, and we had about 15,000 people there. But it was both clean and water combined, and I focused on the sort of where are those holistic, comprehensive solutions? How are we going to move forward post-pandemic to maintain the cleaning industry still with a seat at the table, but also, and I think, you and I, Lance, have talked a lot about this, coming up with what gets measured gets done. So how about we work out what needs to be measured, but more importantly, how do we visualize what gets measured so that people can actually see what's being done, say, for example, on a dashboard.
Right. That's exactly what we were talking about with the IQI stuff, where part of the capability of this system is, even if you had 24 monitors or 1,000 monitors in a building, it's going to give you an aggregate reading of the overall indoor air quality conditions that you display electronically in real time at the entrances or wherever you want, so people feel comfortable walking in and they understand what the building is.
No, you're absolutely right, Lance. And I just saw there's Linda has just put a note in the chat. I have a southern accent, Linda, from Australia, not from England. It's probably not a strong southern accent, but hopefully it won't go away. But you're right. I was just at a hotel and a conference today, Lance, and it's really interesting when it comes to, say, indoor air quality. They are showing some metrics, some numbers, but there's a huge gap between their understanding of what those numbers actually mean. So they're relying on the company's algorithm to say, yes, a green light goes on, the air's fine, it's okay, it's good. And I said, well, do you know what the numbers mean? And they said, no, we don't. And that's where they needed my help to sort of sit there and say, oh, you've got all these metrics now you're measuring. This is a little bit of science. It's not that hard to understand, but this is what each of them represents. And I think for me, that's quite exciting that we've gone from, what we can't see, what's invisible won't hurt us, to how to make the invisible visible, and let alone actually use real science and evidence to say, I'm doing the right thing, or I need to change it and do this.
Oh, you're absolutely right. For the last few weeks, we've been monitoring some of the data coming in from our test sites, and we're going to have a lot more of those in the next week or so when our other group of beta people go online. But, you're looking at all these graphs and charts and data points and trigger points coming in. And exactly what you're saying is true. It's like, the patient looking at their own EKG. You got lines and data points and things moving all over on the screen. But if you're not trained to know what that all means and in context with what's going on, people don't know. They just look and say, you're right. Yep, it's green. I must be good. And what we're doing is positioning ourselves where when we notice anomalies, we're going to be reaching out to the customers, at least through the monitoring program, which is, we feel very comfortable doing that, helping these people say, hey, there's something going on in your environment. You need to call a professional in and help you out. And we're not the ones going out there to do that. It's our Normie members and people that we've trained at different levels. But right to your point, it's all about the solution.
Yeah, and I think the way you've mentioned that there, Lance, reaching out to a professional. I sat down with this hotel today. A little bit of background. They had a norovirus. They've had it's not really it is an outbreak. They've had a norovirus problem dating back to March, and they, over a 2-week period, we should know by now. Norovirus is a non-enveloped virus. And non-enveloped viruses can persist outside the body in the environment on inanimate objects for at least 2 weeks. They're resistant to heat, they're resistant to dryness. And in this particular hotel, they had a person vomit on the carpet, and that vomit had dried. And so they decided to vacuum the vomit. Now, they had 5 events or 5 gatherings or over a 2-week period, and people still got sick. And then they called me in and I said, how did you find me? Well, we Googled you. And I went, oh gosh, we've got to do better than that. I came up on a random Google search to appear at some sort of norovirus outbreak. And when we started doing the investigation and discussing how to prevent this from happening, sort of said, well, you used a vacuum cleaner, right? Which one did you use? Can't remember. Okay, so we're going to swab all of them. So we just took some samples from all of them. Whereabouts on the carpet? Well, we can't remember. And the security guard said, oh, I know, it was just there. This is the location. This is where it was. And those results have come back now. Those environmental samples and swabs have come back. And it shows that the vacuum cleaner had norovirus. We didn't culture it, so we don't know what it can, but we found the presence of norovirus between the little wheel gaps, the axles of the vacuum cleaner. We didn't get anything from the carpet. It's been a while since the outbreak occurred or it spread. But what looks like what I think has happened, I can hypothesize now. The person vomited on the carpet near the lobby. It got vacuumed up, dry vacuumed. The vacuum probably every time they vacuumed aerosolized the virus, or the vacuum even spread the virus. And they've had subsequently a number of people become ill with norovirus. And I think the learning for all of us here now is that correlation between surfaces like floors and the quality of the air. They weren't thinking about it. They are thinking about it now. And so it's important that we keep telling people, dirty surfaces lead to dirty air.
No, you're absolutely right. And you just mentioned floors, and I'm going to get back to that because I know there's an article coming out that you and Doug Hoffman were involved with putting together, and that'll be out in very near future. We'll talk about that in a few minutes. But I just want to go back for a minute because you had mentioned about enveloped and non-enveloped viruses. And my understanding is the enveloped viruses are easier to destroy because you destroy the envelope and the virus dies. Could you give just a little bit more without getting too much into the weeds as to the difference so people understand that?
I think we need to get into some sort of detail here, Lance. Okay. I think it's our due diligence for everyone in the industry to, I'm not going to send you back to high school, but what I want to do is be able to give you enough information to be able to use this for marketing purposes, use it to justify why you're doing what you're doing in an indoor space for the client, the customer. I think it's important to understand there is a pyramid of least resistance, which is those envelope viruses. And again, SARS-CoV-2 virus, the one that causes COVID-19, is like influenza. It's an envelope virus. It should be the easiest of all the germs to kill or inactivate. As you move up that ladder, of course, right at the top is, say, Clostridium difficile, a bacteria that forms spores. Spores are the hardest to disinfect, to break down those walls and actually kill the bacteria. Then comes at the top of the pyramid underneath that is tuberculosis, Mycobacterium tuberculosis. But then below that is these non-enveloped viruses, and norovirus is a non-enveloped virus. And I think it's really important that if you're not familiar with the EPA list of disinfectants, which you should have been from, say, COVID, which we used list N, which was all that 530 or 540 products that have been shown to have efficacy against a non-envelope virus. When you get to non-envelope viruses, you're going to what's called list G, and that's all the disinfectants that are shown to be effective against a non-envelope virus like norovirus. And so you need to be familiar with those products and and again, the dwell or the wet contact time and how to use those appropriately. And this was interesting, Lance, there's a couple of little discussions around this. One, this hotel that we went to today, really didn't see that there was a need to bring anyone special in or need to rethink how to clean up vomit. That worried me. We need to address that with education. And then we started talking about disinfectants, and they threw out and said, oh, well, someone came in and said, well, you need to use hypochlorous acid. And I went, what? What do you mean? They told you that? Yeah. We've never heard of it. I said, oh, well, what happened? And again, using, again, we know the hypochlorous is a weak acid that leads to a chlorine-based disinfectant, but there's this huge gap that we are going to be so good at, we are going to be so proficient at, of filling with little snippets. It's like if we could all develop these little elevator pitches for our marketing, for our work, and justify why we do things, that's what we need to focus on right now, because people will ask the questions. They're still throwing some stuff out there that, again, when it comes to indoor air quality, as well as cleaning and disinfecting services, that we need to educate and strengthen. But I'm still seeing on the radar screen right now, cleaning is still there. We want to keep it there. We want to show that what we do is important.
You know, you gave a really good description of the pyramid of the different types of contaminants that we would deal with, and I guess the infection concerns of the different types of organisms. But I heard a conversation a while back where Ebola was brought up, and I know you've dealt with areas with Ebola, but that's an enveloped virus, isn't it?
Yes,
which
it
is an easier one to kill that everybody's terrified of.
Yeah. Okay, so you're absolutely right, Lance. Ebola is an enveloped virus, very easy to inactivate, or we don't use the word kill for it, but it's Correct. The same. It means same meaning with soap and water. Now, back in 2014, I had 3 trips to West Africa, and I lost my sense of taste and smell for many, many months, and my skin was peeling because as I came out of the Ebola hospital, they would spray us with a very strong concentration of bleach. And they would then say to me, Gavin, you don't smell strong enough. And what they meant was we couldn't smell the bleach on you, so we're going to spray you again. And I know on my second trip, I came back to Washington, D.C., and I was so hungry. And I'd lost a bit of weight. Yeah, that's what you do when you get deployed. And I went, I'm going to come back and have a steak this big. I had no sense of taste and sense of smell, so it was a complete waste of money. But this is so important that even with a disease like Ebola, which 6 out of 10 people most likely will die if they get infected, to actually inactivate or kill that virus in the environment, to decrease the risk of transmission, to decrease the risk of infection, it's pretty straightforward. It's pretty easy. I remember that. I think it was my 3rd trip over there, Lance. Again, you get really worn out when you are just putting on the PPE, taking it off under strict supervision. Don't touch your face, don't touch your eyes, don't touch your nose, your mouth. It's really regimental and regimented. And I know that I came out one day completely exhausted out of the Ebola hospital, got out of my PPE, and I said, I'm going to go hang out with the guys in the hospital that do malaria, because they're really cool. They're a good bunch. I'm going to go have a cup of coffee with the malaria guys. I went over to have a cup of coffee with the malaria guys, and a lady was in the waiting room with malaria, and I was talking to her, and she vomited, projectile vomit, all down my side on my arm. And I turned around and went, hang on, wait a minute. Malaria patients don't vomit. What just happened? And I'm still standing there with vomit all over me. And they went, yeah, you're right. And I said, has she been tested for Ebola? And they said, no, she hasn't. And I went, oh, bugger. And so we tested her. She's positive. And just through the due diligence and the people that I work with going, Gavin, stand still. You've got vomit over there on your arm, on your body. We don't know where it came from, but we're going to make sure we strip you down, put you in a shower, wash it all away. And I didn't get Ebola. But it was because the people that I work with are so highly trained. They saw the risk, they saw the hazard. They told me to stop, don't move, we're taking over, do as we say. And then this lady who did vomit got tested, and she was positive for Ebola, even though we thought she was there for malaria.
Wow. Well, remind me not to travel with you. I think we could start that way. No, that's I mean, it's really interesting to hear that. I mean, I know you had talked about being in places where there was Ebola and stuff like that, and you've traveled all over the world, for different outbreaks and things. So thank you for sharing that with us. For those of you in the room, I mean, if you have any kind of questions that you want to type in the room, feel free. We'll see if we can bring them up and attack the doctor here with a few questions, as long as they're simple, we're not getting crazy here. But I mean, this is really interesting stuff. And I think it all comes under indoor air quality and cleaning. I mean, for prevention and stopping the spread and stuff like that, I think that's really what we're looking at our level, and the right skills to do that, the right chemistries, the right techniques.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, Lance. And I think that the challenge we have in our industry is we lack the resources to collect the data that would really justify and really probably even put to bed the discussion of where does cleaning and disinfection fit into the algorithm of infection prevention. so many of the studies that I quote happened in hospitals because they have the money, the resources, plus people want to know, how do some of these germs spread, whether a patient is in a room, does it spread outside the room? And there are pretty significant studies out there that I would like to see better used and referenced for our day-to-day work, whether we're working in a house, an apartment, a nursing home, an airport, a restaurant. There's a good study a few years ago by it was a group of colleagues led by a guy called Giganti, who actually did a study to determine how germs from the floor in a hospital could spread to the hands of people, as well as those surfaces we touch often, or we now call them the high touch surfaces, but those ones that we touch a lot, both inside the room where the patient was, outside the room. And they actually used a non-pathogenic virus, a bacteriophage M2, which is again doesn't cause disease. It's engineered to not cause infection, but it can be placed on surfaces and we can see how they transport, how they move. And they actually they took this bacteriophage M2, again, it's a virus that doesn't cause disease, and they put it on wood laminate floors next to the hospital beds. Then over time, they swabbed a great range of surfaces to ascertain where the virus had spread. And what they found was it not only went to the hands, the shoes, the socks, the bed rails, the bed linens, the tray tables, the chairs, the doorknobs, the light switches, the sinks. It even left the room and got out into the nursing stations on their keyboards and their mouses and on their chairs. And it was found on the phones outside of those rooms. And so what they really illustrated, and it's a good study, that infectious disease causing germs, pathogens on a hospital floor, and that's where they were, can spread to many surfaces, both inside and outside the hospital. And this is the challenge we have, Lance, is that we're still dealing with the invisible, and we've got to try to make it visible.
I've been in the semi-medical field as an EMT for 45 years. And I still remember, being taught about the way that diseases transmit. And we were shown a movie back then, it was called movies, not videos, of it was a doctor that conducted an experiment. He walked into a room where he was giving a speech with about 100 people. And he walked in, he shook the hands of a few people, and then he gave his speech for about 45 minutes to an hour. At the end of his speech, he told everybody that they were now involved in an experiment. And he had a substance on his hands that would fluoresce under ultraviolet light. They lowered the lights, they turned on the UV lights, and it was almost embarrassing the way that everybody had been touching their faces, their clothes, their arms. It would just spread through the entire room in that hour amount of time, just by people coming in contact with each other. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And this is so important. Again, I'm excited that when you guys are talking about measuring indoor air quality. I'd like to see more. I'd like to see part of our culture start to measure surfaces or detect surfaces. Let's not, whether it be with an ATP meter or something else, but at least let's see how we can start visualizing what we can't see and justify what we do. And again, the paradigm has shifted. We've completely moved away from cleaning to make things smell good, cleaning to make things look shiny and bright for appearance. It's really about cleaning for health. And I think what you and I, Lance and Doug, and we've all discussed here often, is how can we help everyone market themselves for cleaning for health? What's the elevator pitch? What's the angle? What's the information? What's the data you need from Doug, myself, and others to help you get ahead of the competition, to help you get ahead of the game, but actually go out there and say, I'm going to come in, I'm going to clean for health. At the same time, I'm going to make it smell better, and I'm going to make it shiny for appearance. But when you leave and you know what I've done, I've actually cleaned to make it health and safety and safe.
Well, we use the terminology. We all look to provide the solutions to make it healthier, safer, and cleaner without the absolutes. And that's really the goal. You can improve. You can't go sterile, but you can improve. And that's really what we're looking at.
Yes, it is. And I'm still seeing right now people looking for that piece of technology, that box, whatever it is, Lance. And the magic one size fits all. It's not. Surfaces are different, and you've got to appreciate the differences when it comes to cleaning and disinfecting surfaces. And we've talked a lot about, over the last 2 years, dwell or wet contact time. But again, even the cleaners I saw today still didn't have a timer on their cleaning cart, let alone they didn't wear a watch. But they were using a disinfectant that relied on a dwell time. And I said, well, are you spraying and wiping? What are you doing? If you don't have any way of measuring the time, then, and it's not part of your standard operating procedure, it's not part of your training, it's not part of your culture, then why are you spending money on a disinfectant that you're not using properly? What are you trying to, and how to justify, you spent money on this piece of equipment, you spent money on this product that has chemistry, understand the active ingredient has chemistry and it needs to work like this. And then work out what the minimal cleaning time is for this indoor space. The convention I was at this afternoon, in between lunch and the next session, sent a cleaning team in to wipe down tables and chairs and those surfaces that are touched off. And I thought, well, that's impressive, but can you sustain that? Is that cost effective? Is that something that's going to be part of your event management in the future, or is this just another quick fix that's that will go away? Hopefully, I hope it becomes part of their culture and it stays there, because it was significant. People actually noticed it being done.
And then the question is, what were they using? They don't advertise what they're using to do the cleaning with. They're just cleaning, and some people are satisfied with that. But like you said, you have to be using the right stuff, the right dwell time, the right methodology to get the surfaces cleaner.
Yeah, and a couple of the convention centers I've visited lately, and then again, we deal with, close to 350, but only a small cohort or small sample of those lands have actually taken photos, and I hadn't seen this done before, photos of their cleaning products, photos of their disinfectant, and they actually have them in the restrooms. This restroom was cleaned with this product. I went, oh, wow. And there was a little QR code you could actually go on and verify. And I went, I hadn't seen that done before, because again, so many places that I work with won't talk about the active ingredient, let alone won't talk about the product they use, or the fact they use it with microfiber, or they use it with a cotton rag. And I think that's not the right approach. I don't think that's the way of the future. I think you've got to be more, more evidence-based when it comes to what you do, and because people are asking these questions. Even at the conference I was at this afternoon, people asked really pertinent questions about, and this lady from the hotel came and said, well, our HVAC system here in this hotel is right now, it was bringing in 40% of outside air. And then she said it has MERV 13 filters. I went, oh, you know about MERV 13 filters? Well done. And she was able, and she said, and we have the capacity to actually increase our HVAC system up to by 80%. And I hadn't heard a manager of a hotel, I hadn't heard an event planner, I hadn't heard any people start to talk like that. But I like it. I want to be able to help them to actually say, because you've done this, that means this is going to do that. That's why everyone should feel confident and happy. They're in a healthy building. But I'm starting to hear that more and more as I start to travel and get out and go to more events.
Well, here's what's happened. Doug and I for years have talked about, we know that the environments need to be healthier, safer, cleaner. We know that's there. That's what it has to be. The want wasn't there until COVID. Now people want their environments and surfaces healthier, safer, cleaner. So the need was there, but now the want is there. And that's the big shift that we're seeing in the industry.
It is. And I think through our GBAC, our Global Biorisk Advisory Council accreditation program, and also the work we've done with Normie, is that we're rethinking clean. And we're rethinking the measurements. And I know I've set up some dashboards recently at airports and hotels. And I had it's probably back in February, where one of the facilities with their dashboard, and again, it uses the traffic light system, red, yellow, green, to show what's been done, what hasn't been done, whether it was done appropriately. So it's a good visual indicator. And at this particular facility, they actually have an operations room. They're that big. And in their operations room, they've got the dashboard, with all the different operations, all the different tasks they do with the traffic light system, and they got overwhelmed. They got overwhelmed. So many people went to one event that suddenly the dashboard turned red, nearly all red on a Thursday, and they rang me and they said, "Hey, the dashboard's gone red. Can we turn it off?" And I went, no, you can't. No. Okay, we haven't had a good day. That's all right, but we'll fix it tomorrow. But the dashboard is there to show what needs to be done. And instead of just saying we frequently clean, you're actually going to come down with more evidence-based, time-based cleaning based on a risk. And I work with an airport, a very large international airport, and we sat down, 2 years ago, and we talked about when do you clean the terminals? Oh, like everyone else, the contractor comes in between the hours of 1 a.m. and 5 a.m. or 1 a.m. and 6 a.m. in the morning. We do it under the cover of darkness. And I said, well, could we start putting up some monitors to monitor the number of passengers, movement of passengers, work out where we call these choke points, where there's this crowding within the terminals. So we started to do that, and we got some really good data. And we found that there's one flight at this particular airport that comes from the West Coast to the East Coast. It's a long flight. They land at the same gate every day. And what do you think everyone, when they get off that plane, does? Lance, what do you think they do?
Right to the bathroom.
You betcha they do. 80%. They have real data now that at 2:30 in the afternoon, 80% of that plane goes straight into that restroom just there. And I said, when do you clean the restroom? Oh, 1 a.m. in the morning. What would you like to do based on you identified the hazard? Let's do a quick risk assessment. Well, should we clean the restroom at 3 p.m.? I went, can you do that? Do you have the staff? Do you have the resources? Yeah, why not? So that's what they're doing now. 2:30 p.m. plane lands, 80% still go there every day. 3 o'clock, the cleaning team goes in. I think that's fantastic.
Well, now that there's a want for this, it's a new set of eyes looking at the problems and the potential problems and risks. But I want to jump for a second. There's an article that's coming out, and it hasn't been released yet, so we can't talk too much about it. But I can give you the title of it, and you're one of the co-authors of this. You, Doug, Jeff Cross from CleanFacts, and I believe it's ISSA Today magazine. Both of them are going to have it. So it's ISSA Today magazine and CleanFacts, which a lot of our members do get. And it's called The Impact of Floors on Indoor Air Quality, IAQ, and Health. And I think it's exactly what you're talking about. It's another surface. It's another thing that's now jumping into the data realm that we're seeing as a problem.
Yeah, and I think Doug and I are on the same page with this, Lance. We saw guidelines come out from both federal government, state government, and other organizations which talked about high-touch surfaces, cleaning those surfaces that you touch often. And even today, you can go on to, say, an OSHA website under the Department of Labor, CDC website under the Department of Health and Human Services, and look at their definition of high touch, and the floors aren't on that list. And I think Doug in this article said it very clearly. The largest horizontal surface in any indoor space that we have as within the cleaning industry to deal with is the floor. And all these guidelines, recommendations on how to decrease the risk of transmission, infection from germs, pathogens, did not mention the floor. And I think it was what Jeff Cross had set up when he spoke to both Doug and I was really, again, it's topical. It's very important that we're able to have a conversation with Jeff and just give us and provide opinions. If you go onto the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency website right now, it's not the first time or the second time. It might be, I don't know how many times the federal government has done this, but they've now got an indoor clean air challenge. Now we've been talking with the federal government a lot about this. I think it might get some traction. I know it's been done previously, but I think being under the EPA now, we're looking at real world solutions that are, again, cost effective, sustainable, shows that we're responsible citizens, that we can use it. It was only just recently where people were going, well, I've got some funds. I'm going to take out those MERV 7 or 8 filters, and I'm going to put in a 12 or a 13. I went, your HVAC system can do that? no one knew the answer to that.
Right.
Hang on, I'm just going to crank up the HVAC system and so you can hear it and have the air blow out. And I said, yeah, that's going to, in what direction does it blow? You know, is it pushing stuff to the ground? Is it sucking up in the air? Is it pushing it left to right or right to left? And again, you know how we test that, Lance, you know, a few sticks of incense with a bit of smoke, and I go into these rooms and I see all this turbulence. I went, oh, hang on, you've just created a room full of turbulent air. We don't want that. And so it's really important. I think the question was raised even on this talk today about, you know, where do we put these monitors? Well, you know, really, let's be cognizant there is a breathing zone. Where that breathing zone is, that's where the risk is. A little bit like my Ebola story. Yeah, I got Ebola on me, but it didn't come into my eyes, nose, and mouth, or any cuts or abrasions I had. So I was very fortunate for that. So it's important that we need to ensure that we have a seat at the table when it comes up to these solutions on, again, indoor air. Again, I'll reemphasize, dirty surfaces lead to dirty air. But this article was a great chance just for Doug and I to sit down with Jeff Cross and just provide some feedback, some experience of, you know, again, what we've learned, what we want to see going forward. More importantly, what we want to sustain. We don't want to lose. We don't want to lose that seat. That's so important.
You're absolutely right. And for those of you interested, it will be coming out in probably one of the next publications for CleanFacts and ISSA Today. So watch for that. I don't know if it'll be the next one or the one after, but it's going to be coming out very soon. At least I was told today. So keep an eye out for that. It's a great article from what I've seen anyways.
Yeah, so, and I'm just looking at that. Lance, Ron Smith's just asked a really good question about, is there evidence of a surface contamination showing up aerosolized? And I was there today. I went to a hotel today, so I could actually give you what I did today at work.
Sure.
This is a hotel that had a norovirus outbreak. And what it appears, and again, this is not the first time, I've got other well-documented studies that I can share with you, Ron, if you're interested in this. Even CDC's done some studies. Again, there was one back in 2017 at a convention center I think it was in Ohio. But this, the real world that I'm working in at the moment, in this hotel, someone vomited on carpet. It appears that the vomit was allowed to dry, and they brought a vacuum cleaner out and they dry vacuumed it up. Over a 2-week period, there was a number of, I think there was like 5 events, and a number of people have got sick with norovirus, and you know, you don't want norovirus. And we went back and sat down, talked to the people in the hotel about what happened, where was the vomit, how did you clean it up? They lined up their vacuum. Which vacuum cleaner did you use? We don't know. Okay, let's just swab all the vacuum cleaners. And when you're looking for bacteria, you're looking for viruses, those little the little grooves where the wheels are, there's stuff you can identify that where germs are going to get stuck and just sit there. So we swabbed all the different vacuum cleaners. The results came back in, and we found one. We found one vacuum cleaner out of all the ones they brought out was positive for norovirus. Oh, okay, that's interesting. And we also found there are a few surface swabs and samples actually came back for norovirus. So here's our hypothesis. This is what we think, and this might help answer your question, Ron. They allowed the vomit to dry. They used a vacuum cleaner to dry it up. That vacuum cleaner then aerosolized it again. And we think every time they reused that same vacuum cleaner, they probably threw a bit more virus back up in the air. And that's how these other people over a 2-week period got sick, got infected with norovirus. Now, remember, norovirus is a non-enveloped virus, and it will last for not just hours, but days and even weeks. Norovirus is probably a good 2 weeks. It'll survive on dry, inanimate surfaces.
It's the passing of the flu back and forth kind of scenario, you know, in a family, you know, it just constantly back and forth, and somebody's reinfecting somebody else. And in this case, it was just different people walking through the environment every time it was aerosolized.
Yes, and again, I did a video on Sunday, Lance, about this. You might have heard the hepatitis in kids at the moment. There's an outbreak at the moment in 12 countries now, and this is a really interesting one. These kids under the age of 10, most of them are around about 1 to 4 years old, getting hepatitis or inflammation of the liver. They're going to hospital, and it started in the UK. England, Scotland, Wales have all had cases. It's moved to Europe now. And when they actually sampled the kids, they found they were carrying adenovirus. Now, adenovirus is another non-envelope virus like norovirus. But if you and I get adenovirus, we're going to get cold, flu-like symptoms, and we probably get infected by adenovirus. It has no season. It's around all the time, and it's one of those viruses that, again, it just causes a cold or a flu. Very unusual that we're finding in these kids that have hepatitis, acute hepatitis, and a number of them have had to have liver transplants. And I don't know if you know anything about transplant of livers in young kids. It's now going to be a management issue, a lifelong issue, dealing with the survival of these people after they have a liver transplant. It's pretty intense.
Is that Hep B you're talking about?
No, it's not. That's a really good question, Lance. They were tested for hepatitis A, B, C, and again, wasn't hepatitis. This is a hepatitis due to this virus, adenovirus, or we think that's it still hasn't been proven yet. But what's interesting is that around about probably, I think 70% of the kids have shown they're carrying adenovirus. We still haven't made the link between adenovirus and hepatitis, but 9 cases in Alabama, 2 in North Carolina, and then last night I got a phone call, 3 in Chicago. And then last Thursday, CDC sent out a nationwide health alert. On Friday, the World Health Organization sent out a global health alert that if you have a young child, probably under the age of 10, come in with hepatitis, then make sure you test them for adenovirus.
Interesting. Well, you know what? The awareness of everything out there right now, the technology and the medical advances, being able to find this stuff. I mean, it does 2 things. One, it obviously is offering cures and paths to help people, but it's also opening up the things that we never knew existed. You know, and I think that's the part that is so encouraging and frightening at the same time, you know.
I think you're right, Lance. I think that the fact that, people get sick, if you look at a foodborne illness, like salmonella, Escherichia coli, and E. coli, people always blame the last thing they ate. When they don't realize there's an incubation period, of a couple of days. It's probably what you ate 2 or 3 days ago, let alone it was the last thing you ate. There are, there are other infections that will occur in a few hours, but it's really important that we understand that for diseases, there's an incubation period. We understand that again, we spend 90% of our time indoors, but more importantly for us as a team within the cleaning industry, to become good advocates of infection prevention. I think that's where the business is right now. And again, to ensure that so in the work that I do with ISSA, if I work with some of these big organizations and they have to make a budget cut, guess what they cut first? The cleaners, the cleaning company, the contractors. In the last 2 years, I've seen so many different contracts between service providers as well as facilities, and I'm surprised, but not overly surprised at the lack of detail or lack of specificity in the contract about actually what is being done to clean and ensure the indoor space is healthy and safe. And I think the new paradigm now is moving forward to actually add those details in there to say, oh, I'm going to measure, I'm going to report, I'm going to do this, I'm going to follow, I'm going to use these different products, these different active ingredients on these different surfaces, because that's what they're designed to do. I'm going to follow the science, the evidence. And I think that we're not there yet. We're getting there. We've still got a ways to go. But it's going to come down to, again, education, training, and again, helping people with their marketing, with their justification of why their invoice or their quote looks the way it does, and do it through a lens of science.
I've been in hospital facilities where I've watched maintenance crews, because of different jobs that I've been involved with there, go through and peel a colored dot off a register in the ceiling and put a different colored dot back up there and just move on to the next one. And I asked her, what are they doing? Oh, well, every time they clean it, they put the new colored dot up. I said, they didn't clean anything. They just changed the colors. Guy just shrugged his shoulders and walked away. Yeah, it's exactly what you're talking about.
But you're absolutely right, Lance. Within our industry, there's some really low cost, affordable visual indicators that we could use. There are some products out there. There are these dots that, again, change color based on the active ingredient. They are affordable. They're available. And
I
again,
saw one of those at the last trade show we were at the Experience. There was a gentleman there that had those to identify the cleaning technologies on the surfaces.
yeah, and I truly believe there will be some operational facility managers that really want to get into this. They really want to be able to see this. I know I spoke to some event planners. To be honest, 2 years ago, I knew nothing about event planners or who they were. I thought all they did was organize, great parties with cocktails at 5 o'clock. But the detail, the work that goes into organizing a meeting, a conference, I've learned a lot, and I've really started to work quite closely with event managers, event planners throughout the country on how to ensure that what they do, they can explain to both the organizers, the facility, as well as the attendees, that they should feel confident, they should be happy that we've gone that little bit extra mile, or done that little bit extra to ensure that the event's safe. And this was one of the things that the Javits Center, one of the largest convention centers in the world up in New York, had a convention last October, an anime convention. I think it was like 53,000 people. And if you just look at what they did every day from a cleaning, disinfecting perspective, the tools they used, the products they used, how they made that safe, there was some visualization. People actually wanted to see the cleaners for the very first time around the convention, doing stuff. But again, CDC went up there, they monitored that convention, and they found that there was very low transmission, if any. And the people who did get sick, we found that we were able to show that they got sick going to a bar late at night, and that's where they got exposed. They didn't get exposed at the actual event itself, and I think that's just a fantastic lesson to learn.
Absolutely, it is. I'm looking at the clock here, and what the clock is telling me is we're going to have you back another time, because we're running out of time at the top of the hour, and I think there's a lot more that people want to know about and hear from you about. So if that's a possibility, maybe we could bring you back some other time.
Lance, I'm really impressed what you guys do. If you do, is it every Tuesday you do this?
Every Tuesday night. We're here 48 times a year. We take a few days off.
I think that's absolutely brilliant. I really do. I think this is, and again, if we want to just do a Q&A, we can do a Q&A, but it's really important. I think, you and I have had these discussions here. How can we help? We're here to help. We're not here to judge. We're here to help you do better in your business. And that's what we're all about. And I think that's fantastic that Normie does this on every Tuesday night. It's amazing.
Hey, Gavin, this is Roger chiming in. I just, one of the folks out there asked if you have a website or anything that they can maybe look at that might be of interest to them as far as publications, et cetera.
Yes. So I can, is it okay to share the GBAC site?
Go for it. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll share that.
Yeah, a lot of our members have what they call, or we call, a dual membership with us and ISSA.
Yep.
And for those of our members that are here in the room, if you haven't heard of that, take a look in your account center for the affiliate membership, where you can actually join at a special rate by being a Normie member.
You get some rave reviews here too, by the way.
Yes.
We don't always get them.
And I think that's important that we've all come together now, and I've learned a lot in the last 2 years, but I want to be really clear with everyone. We are here to help. We're here to help you in your business. We're here to help you get ahead of the competition. We're here to help you do better. We're here to help you get more customers, but more importantly, use the science, the evidence, the fact that you're using tools and equipment and chemistry and active ingredients to actually get ahead and actually, I don't, as I said, I don't want you to send you back to high school, or you don't need to come to Penn State to learn this. How can I help you guys with those elevator pitches, with those short, succinct statements? This is why I did this, because it does this and it works and it makes you safe. And that's what we really want to focus on moving forward, that we keep the cleaning industry and all the other elements at the table. We maintain a seat at the table, but we keep it front and center. And there's still some work to do. I still don't think there's a lot of the politicians actually get what we do and how we do it, but more importantly, understand our critical role when it comes to infection prevention.
Absolutely. Can you hang out for a few minutes after we actually go through our ending? We'll come back here without the recording and just answer a few more questions if you got a few minutes.
Yes, Lance, I can do that.
Okay.
When you start on the pathway toward professional success, you have to know what the goal is and how to get there. Normie exists to help in that process. It's not just about taking a class to get a license, but also about starting on a pathway to professional success. Whether you want to work for yourself or be the best qualified employee on the team, this path will take you there and help you succeed. Pick a track, click on the class, and get your journey started. Normie is here to support you all the way to become the Normie Pro professional you want to be.
Good afternoon, or morning, I guess. Good morning. Yeah, so I'm sure that Mo told you when we created Normie in 2004, one of the interesting things was what we created it primarily for the Louisiana licensing law. And the Louisiana licensing law was the first law to go into effect for mold remediators in the country. So it was the first licensing law, and then what happened in 2005? Katrina. And so we were right there able to help, I think, a lot of people with some of the issues that were of a concern to us. I'm not sure if he talked about the difference between the IICRC and us, but they come from the business more from we're not competitors, by the way. As you know, if you're an IICRC person, you get continuing education credits off of this class. So we work together. We just look at the industry differently. They come from the water restoration side of the business. We come from the building side of the business. And one of the reasons why we do that is not just my background with my licensing, but the main reason we do that is because we try to look at the house and the problem that they're experiencing in terms of a mold issue as a holistic kind of problem, not just fix this problem and everything is great, but think in terms of how we can actually improve their indoor air quality. So when I was moved to New Orleans in 2002, I was actually doing some of the things that you guys are doing now and some of the things that we would recommend that you do in terms of ongoing IAQ management, which is what we call our sanitization protocol. How you create an environment in which mold won't grow. And that was really based on my book, Mold-Free Construction, which you have access to if you have the Normie app. We do have an audio version there, so you can just listen to it. Might put you to sleep, but you can listen to it if you like, because it's on iTunes and on Audible as an audio book. But the sanitization protocol really does improve people's indoor environments, so you have the ability to do that. And I just want to tell you about somebody that I met when I was in New Orleans. I was doing some trade shows, and I got a radio program, and I got a call from a lady. Her name was Laura DeRocher, and she had 4 children. And her youngest child, who was 8, had some very severe sinus issues. In fact, as she was talking to me, she had, of all 4 of her children, the other 3 had constantly been to the allergist every month. Now think about that for a second. Every month, for years, they had been to this allergy doctor. And she had found some mold up in the kitchen area over one of the cabinets, and she was concerned about how that might be affecting their kids, because she heard me on the radio and she knew that mold was an indoor air quality problem. She'd never really thought about that before. It's mold, how could it affect my children's health? But she was putting 2 and 2 together. She was saying, maybe there is a problem here with this mold that I'm seeing. So I went out there and I did the assessment. It took the sanitization protocol. It was not the amount of mold or the type of mold, or there wasn't a moisture problem that actually was causing the mold. It was actually a HVAC problem with the relative humidity. So we did the sanitization protocol, put it in place just like you see it today, exactly the same protocol. And she was really excited because in about a week she was feeling better. Her kids seemed to be feeling better. She wasn't sure. But the interesting thing that she told me when I was there visiting her was that her little child, the one that was just a few months old, they had scheduled that baby for surgery, sinus surgery. And she said, we've decided to kind of put it off because things seem to be going better. We'll see how this goes. Well, interesting story to kind of shorten everything up. About a year and a half later, maybe 2 years later, I got a call from her and she said, I got to tell you an interesting story. She said, first of all, I got a phone call from my pediatric physician, the allergist. He was concerned that we had switched doctors because I haven't taken my kids to the allergist in almost a year. We decided not to do surgery for the baby, and the baby is doing great. Now, a couple of years old, doesn't seem to have any allergies to the environment and what's going on. She said, I think you really solved a bigger problem than you maybe think you solved. The reason I'm telling you that story is because we hear that story over and over and over and over again. Maybe not quite as dramatic, but we hear that story over and over and over again. You are in a very, very important industry. You may not realize it, but one of the reasons why it's regulated is because you're dealing with people's health. The health of your employees, the health of your clients. That's what you're dealing with. And rather than thinking about just being a mold assessor or just being a mold remediator, as Mo's probably told you, we want you to think in terms of being an indoor air quality professional, because that's really what you're doing. I'm sure Mo told you already that when you start cleaning up mold problems in an environment, it's almost like a surrogate of other things that are going on in the environment. If you're reducing the mold, you're also reducing some of the other contaminants, the bacteria, the viruses, the particulates, some of the other stuff that's going on in the environment. So you can make a gigantic change to the environment. So our goal is for you to really think in terms of becoming an indoor air quality professional. And this is really the first step. If you haven't thought about that before, this is really the first step in that direction. And I'll tell you the other thing it'll do for you. I've been in business a very long time. I used to tell people I was unemployed in the construction industry. Been in business a really long time. And what you want is you want an edge in the market that makes you different from everybody else. And it's not about price, let me tell you.
Hi, everyone. Lance here from Normie, and I am very happy today to be doing an interview with two people that I love talking with, especially when they're together during an interview. It's always an event, and I'll put that out there because we're going to be talking about the experience, the event. And Larry Cooper is going to be one of the guests here today, and Doug Hoffman, the CEO from Normie. So I'm going to bring them both in here, let them both say a quick hello, and then we're going to get started with the interview. And Larry, as the founder of the experience and the guest here today, I want to start with you. Just want to say a quick hello to everybody.
Hey, thank you very much. And it's always a pleasure and honor to be with anybody at the Normie organization. I love you guys. You guys do such great work for our industry. And it's fascinating how much you're changing and growing, and great things are happening, which is really fun to see. And we've changed a lot too. And so you'll notice that over the next couple of years, we had a company acquired by BNP Media, and myself and my daughters are still actively involved in running the event and putting programming together and having fun. And we're very excited to be part of BNP Media and R&R Magazine. And it really gives us this power that we've been looking for to get more information out into the industry. Because of R&R Magazine, which is Restoration Remediation Magazine, we'll be able to take new information that we're getting at our show and start publishing it right away and have the power to get more information and more science and more creation. And I think it also will have a great opportunity for Normie and Normie members to really excel at all the remediation and restoration you're involved in.
Well, that is a great segue, and I'm going to say thank you prior to the segue, but now we're going to segue over to Doug, the executive director of Normie, just to follow up and say hello to everybody also.
Yes, hello, glad to be here. And it's so funny because I was just sitting here listening to you, Larry, and I was thinking about how in 2004, when we started, we really had felt that there was a vacuum in some ways in the industry on training that really needed to be filled. And so we kind of moved into that slot and started doing training, of course, for the state of Louisiana initially. And now being the only training provider that's approved for all 5 states that have licensing, and Portland, Oregon now, and some other states that are looking at that. You've been a big part in putting us in a place where we could have an impact on the industry. And so I want to thank you for that up front. But I'm glad to be here today, too, to talk about what I think is going to be one of the most important events this year, and that's the experience in Fort Lauderdale coming up soon.
All right, thank you, Doug. Well, I'll tell you what, let's get right into this. And I can tell you that I've attended, I've lost count, 8, 10 of the experience shows, possibly more over the last several years. And I always find it interesting and exciting the way that it just keeps growing and growing. So let's put it out there. Well, what's new for the experience this time around?
Well, the best part is we're back at the beach. So,
Amen.
you know, I should have been a beach bum by profession. I'm really good at that. But we're actually going to be at the Fort Lauderdale Convention Center. We've been trying to get in there for a decade, and we're very pleased to have the opportunity that we've grown enough to be able to have that facility for our learning and opportunities. And then we're at the Hilton Marina right across the street. And just a beautiful, beautiful location. But that's really not what the experience is about. What's new at the experience is that we're continuing to grow our opportunities for education. And we're getting so good at it. We have specific tracks now that we follow. And the cleaning track, the restoration, remediation track, management and marketing. And then we have a general subject, which we bring in a lot of subject experts to help us out. And one of them, of course, is Normie. That will actually be doing a fascinating track for us the second day, all hands on. I'm thrilled about that opportunity. So, you know, what we're really doing is we're providing education, both classroom and hands-on. Our goal is that each attendee, if they're really interested and they're attending classes like they should, even though we're on the beach, will bring home 3 or 4 new tools and ideas they can implement into their business right away. And they have subject experts they've met at our show that they can go back and collaborate with and ask questions and just continue to thrive as an industry. You know, our goal all along has always been probably similar to yours, raise the bar as high as we possibly can so that consumers recognize the professionalism of our industry and the experts that are out there to help out. And the show has done that over the years, and we're thrilled. This is our 44th show, and wow, it's been a great journey to say the least. But we're really excited about some specific areas in this show. And there is a lot going on around restoration and remediation, and we'll talk more about that, but really pay attention to what's happening in the industry. And then the delivery of how you get jobs has changed also. And that always fascinates me and drives me crazy. So let's talk more about that too.
Doug, you and I have had a lot of conversations about the experience and things that we plan to do there. Is there anything you can kind of like share just a little bit? We can get more into that later, but just kind of like the excitement.
I think one of the things that we've said to our members, and I've told Larry this many times as well, we've told them if they go to one event a year, this is the event they need to go to. If they don't go to any other conference, they need to go to the experience, either the one in the spring or the one in the fall in Vegas. And the reason is because this is a real experience. I mean, he named it correctly. This is not one of those events where you just go in and wander around and wonder what you're going to do for the next 3 days and eat stale food. This event is all about teaching people how to actually do the work. And yes, the food is good and the entertainment is good, and the exhibition hall is good. But I think Larry has really found the key, from my perspective, really found the key to making an event successful. And that's where you can focus on training and still have the advantage of being one-on-one with a vendor. And you've got time to do that here. It's really, I think your schedule has been phenomenal. And so I'm obviously very excited about doing this again. We've done it multiple times. But I'm very excited about doing it again because I think we're going to have some things that we're going to be able to introduce to the industry that's not been seen before, some things that I think are going to change the way folks think. And if I can say this, just one thing, one of the ways that I think Larry has broadened the industry's view of the industry itself, besides just underscoring the importance of training, is one of the things that we've tried to bring to the table is this discussion about mold in the context of indoor air quality. And when you start talking about indoor air quality and you're talking about microbials in general, you couldn't talk about a more relevant subject than how the things that we do in supplementing, and I think in a lot of ways improving, as it were, the cleaning side of the industry, because that's what we're doing. We're actually creating cleaner and safer and healthier environments by cleaning up surfaces and the air of all types of microbials, not just mold. We're talking about bacteria and viruses and other things as well. Larry's got that vision. And that's one of the things that's been exciting with me working with him, is that we've been able together, I think, to really impact this industry and I was going to say push them toward the idea of thinking more about what they're actually doing for people's health.
Well, I mean,
before you go on, Lance, I got to tell you, I went over to get my hair cut, and the gal that's been cutting my hair for 20 years cuts out of her house. And I'm there, and she starts telling me about how they've had a drip under their sink. And I'm like, oh, she said, will you look at it? And I'm like, sure. I always have PPE in my car. I wasn't sure I needed it. So I walk in the house and I walk towards the kitchen. I can immediately start smelling mold. And I'm like, what's going on here? And she said, oh, my husband opened up the cabinet, opened up the wall. And I'm like, it's everywhere now. Oops. Right? Yeah. So they exposed the whole house to mold unknowingly. And then, of course, she used the big solution. She sprayed it with bleach. Now I said, well, now I can't see most of the mold because you made it clear or white. That really helped. So nonetheless, we have such a huge job to do still of education, just to consumers. But really, if our remediation and restoration contractors truly understood what we're up against and how to protect humans in their own environment, we could educate the public in a much quicker way.
Right.
Yeah. Wow. I was just like, oh my God. I immediately went out, got my PPE on, put on Tyvek suit, mask, and they're like, what the hell are you doing? You know, I'm like, I want to live.
Well, since you brought up the 4-letter word mold, let us go down that path. Over the last several years with COVID, everything has been focused on COVID and viruses, and it's kind of shifted away from even things as common as the flu. So the industry has changed that way, but now it's 2023. Oh, Happy New Year. If I forgot to say that to you.
Thank you all.
And, where do you see the remediation and restoration industry itself, specifically like with mold, where do you see it going this year?
What I have seen is that there are a number of groups like Normie that are doing serious research and investigation into best practices. And I think those best practices are going to change finally. We've been doing things that we made up 25 years ago when I was chair of the S520 and the 500. You know, we didn't really have science. We were doing things we thought was right. And now we have a lot of science, we have a lot of data, we have real information and real testing to be able to understand what's going on. And I think that's where the industry needs to go. And as a show, we're going to continue to promote that, elevate those ideas to the highest level on our programs. And then also I'm going to work with R&R Magazine to make sure we're publishing that type of information so that the industry starts looking at it. And change doesn't come fast. I recognize that. But we also put things in place that we made up. It's time to really investigate whether they work or not. So, I mean, the S520 and the 500 were the best information we had available at the time. And here we are now in a different place. And there are new ways and new critical thinking ideas about how to do jobs that are better practices than we've done in the past. So I think that's really where I'm hoping this whole thing moves to. And it's not just the mold area, it's also with virus, bacteria, it's also with other crazy things that are coming up. And I think we just need to be better prepared as an industry to respond. And, you know, one of the most disappointing things I think I can say out loud is our response to COVID was a little ridiculous. Spraying stuff in environments and leaving it certainly doesn't help the human health by any way. And so I know a lot of people made a lot of money spraying this goop, whatever it was. I don't know how many of those products were actually approved for use in the indoor environment the way they were using it. But we need to grow up as an industry and we need to do things a little more responsible. And I'm going to shut up and let Doug jump.
Yeah, well, no, you're right on, Larry. And let me speak to this for just a second because this is kind of a new thing. And I think you're going to be excited about this as well. So in 2015, when the state of Florida was working on their standards of practice, we wrote the NORMI Professional Practices. And that document is an insured document, and it was good for its time in 2015. But since then, we've had 5 revisions. Wow. And the latest revision we just finished last week, and we're going to be presenting that, of course, at the experience and our first class here in 2 weeks. But the professional practices, that's what it's really designed to do, is to lay it alongside of the ISCRCS 500 and 520 and say, now here's the specific way based on the contamination that you're dealing with. This is a specific way to do the work. It's a best practices document. We just added level 4, which is for sensitized individuals and how the work should be done in those kinds of circumstances. And I think what you're saying is exactly what's happened, what I see has happened in the industry. Spraying a bunch of stuff and letting it settle on the ground is like taking a trash can and pouring it out on your dining room table and saying, okay, I'm done. No, you've got to mechanically remove that contamination. Spraying, of course, you should spray, but it should be used correctly. And like you said, you should have the right kind of product that you're using and use the right method. There's so many great tools out there. We're talking now about one of the new electrostatic sprayers that seems to be different from a lot of the other ones because it's induction charging. So there's all kinds of cool things that are happening. I think I mentioned to you yesterday, we're going to talk about air washing in a way that has never been talked about before. And I think in a way that's going to really improve the methods by which we are cleaning up these environments. And that's exciting. It's a really good time to be in the industry right now and to be a part of this kind of event because you're seeing these new techniques and then you can take them out into the marketplace and help people live healthier lives.
Are you saying I should leave my leaf blower home?
No, you could come over to my house and remove all the leaves out of the backyard. That's what I'm saying.
Start on the inside and then work out.
Well, I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I have another question because you guys are like hitting the buzzwords of the industry that I want to talk about. And I'm going to put it out to both of you at the same time. I don't know how good this is going to work out, but with what you're talking about now, professional practices and the experience coming up and the one that's going to be coming up later in the year in Las Vegas, How do you see these changes affecting what we're going to be doing at the experiences? We'll go with both of them. And I'll put it out to either of you or both, whatever you want to do here.
Well, I like to take this new technology and new ideas and new equipment and whatever else testing we have available and bring it into the trade show hall where there's the most optimum audience there and do it hands-on. Because, you know, being in a classroom and showing a slide picture of it is great. But to take that picture, bring it into the trade show hall, turn it on and show them, and put it in their hands sometimes, you know, there's no other opportunity like that for them to be able to learn, take it back and implement it in their company. So from our standpoint, especially in Las Vegas, we're planning to build a big house again with other construction areas as well, so that we can do more of this live demo. And we're really looking forward to working with Normie in both locations.
Well, and to supplement that suggestion, which is going to, he's done a great job of doing a flood house and demonstrating on all that's done in the exhibition hall. One of the things that Larry was gracious enough to do for us last year in Cincinnati, and then we repeated it in Vegas and going to do it now again in Lauderdale as we improve it, was he gave us a training room where one of the tracks, we would actually have them in the classroom and be able to show them how to do containment, how to set up negative air, how to use an AFD as an air scrubber, all of these different techniques, and how to install doors and what types of doors there are out there. The new reuse zip it. We actually installed a Zebulon air wall. So there's so many things that we're able to do. And as he said, I think we were very successful in Cincinnati and successful enough to repeat it in Las Vegas, where we had a whole classroom filled with people, standing room only, showing them how to do this hands-on work. And we're planning the same thing, of course, in Lauderdale.
Absolutely. And, you know, we're talking about sensitized people. We're talking about spraying things. And those are the kind of things we need to talk about hands-on also. If you're going to spray and bring out a sprayer, start it up, what are we going to do after it falls? It's all over everything. We need to learn how to clean properly, responsibly, to make sure that we're doing it. You know, and consumers a lot of times don't want to hear about how to do it right. They don't want to pay the extra cost. But we as experts and professionals in the industry need to advise them with the best information available, let them make a decision. And then you as a company need to make a decision if you want to do the job, not following the standard of care maybe that you've created yourself for your own company.
So Larry, I don't want to offend anybody, and I know this is going to go on our national television channel, but I say it in class very openly, and I really believe this is true. When you're in business and you say you're starting a business, you've got to decide right up front, am I going to be a Walmart or am I going to be a Macy's? I'm going to be in the marketplace only looking for the best price I can get, or am I going to actually do it right? And it doesn't really matter so much about the cost. Obviously, you want to be reasonable about it. But the point is that doing it right has to take precedence over doing it cheap. And you've got to make those kinds of decisions. And so I think customers appreciate that, because now they're looking for somebody who is following the standards, following the guidelines, following the professional practices, and they know for sure that they're going to get a job done well. I think that's so important, and a lot of guys don't even think about that these days.
When from a liability standpoint, protecting your own company, if you're not following the standard of care, there is no defense.
That's right.
That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, that's right. It's what we call shifting the liability. I think, again, in our classes, when I was a contractor in the construction industry, I would hire a subcontractor. I made sure he had a certificate of insurance for his workers' comp. And why did I do that? It's because I didn't want to pay the workers' comp if his employee got hurt. Right. And so the point is I shifted the liability from me to him. And that's exactly what the standard of care and the best practices, professional practices, that's exactly what it does. If you do it the way it's supposed to be done, you're shifting the liability away from you You're no longer a cowboy. You're shifting the liability away from you to the person who's actually written the guideline.
You know, there's a very simple statement that quantifies or qualifies, whichever way you want to place it into this, to make that true. And it's to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. You know, not because it's the cheapest or I can charge the most for this. It's the right way to do it.
Well, and there's one other variable that's really challenging for every contractor out there. If there's insurance coverage, what will the insurance coverage cover and not cover? And so now the insurance company is trying to shift the liability to your company by not doing it the right way.
Yeah, that's
Now
right.
you need to make a business decision. Am I going to take that on? Obviously, we want the work. At the same time, we don't want the risk.
And if the job goes south, whose license is going to be bothered, yours or the insurance carrier? You're exactly right. You got to be in charge of the job.
Yeah, no question about it. Well, these are all amazing topics that we talk about at the show, and we need to go and delve deeper into it also. And, you know, one of the things that we're going to do at the show is we're bringing in another relationship with RIA, and we've never worked with them before. We're excited about that. But again, what we're looking for is the expertise and level of collaboration through the whole industry. I mean, if Normie and RIA and IICRC and the experience are standing together on issues, that is
right.
a big
right.
one. There's no question about it. And now we're starting to work with NADCA also.
Well, Larry, with that, I mean, without giving away secrets and some of the surprises that you always have for us.
There's secrets? Wow.
How is Norma going to be participating in the Fort Lauderdale show? The Las Vegas show is too far off to talk about. But what
Sure.
specifically do you vision, or are you able to talk about Normie and the show coming up?
Well, I asked Doug to specifically take a track on the second day and do all hands on in the classroom. So, you know, the experience name is not a mistake. It's on purpose. We want people to experience hands-on. That learning is so valuable. And Normie has done such a great job of transferring that information to our participants. So that's why we have standing room only in your room, because you're doing it right. And we
Thank
really
you.
appreciate that. And then
Thank
we've also asked if you would hold a class afterwards, and I'm not quite sure what class you're going to hold. So let's jump in here also.
Yeah, I'll talk about that because I think it's interesting because the hands-on training is kind of going to lead toward that class. So one of the things that we've seen that's a little bit of a vacuum in the industry has been the remediator or the restoration contractor understanding how to evaluate the work that he's doing. And so we put together a certification. It's called Certified Mold Assessment Technician, CMAT. That's a one-day class. It does come with a certification once they take the exam. But the point is that it's teaching restoration contractors how to do 3 different types of assessments. Because oftentimes a remediator or a restoration contractor shows up on site and there's no third-party assessor, nowhere near. And so what that restoration contractor needs to do, or remediator needs to do, is he needs to create a baseline, establish a baseline for the level of contamination that's there. So we're going to talk about how to do that and to assess that environment. Then once he starts the project, he really needs to make sure that he's making progress toward the end point, whatever his goal is, the PRV. He needs to do interim inspections and interim assessments. And that might be something as simple, you know, Larry, you've done this. It might be something as simple as putting a particulate counter inside the containment to find out that you're actually making progress and lowering the particulate counts. It might involve a monitoring program or manometer, some way of making sure that you're under containment and that you're under negative pressure. So that interim inspection process is so important. That's number 2. And then the third time that he's going to be doing an assessment is what we would call a PRE, post-remediation evaluation. in preparation for the third-party assessor, because oftentimes they might not be an assessor on the front end, but the homeowner or the insurance carrier wants some sort of third-party post-remediation verification. And so if you're a remediation contractor, restoration contractor, you've been under containment, you want to make sure that the job is correctly done, and you want to pass that PRV, maybe you need to do a PRE, post-remediation evaluation, to make sure that all the surfaces are clean, the air's clean, and so forth, before you call that guy in to do the PRV. Because when he comes in, if it's dirty, he's going to leave and charge you another $500 to come back a second time. So the point is that we believe that restoration contractors and remediators need to know how to do the baseline, the interim, the post-remediation evaluation, and that's what that certified mold assessment technician training is all about. And that's the training that we're going to be offering at the end of the experience.
That certainly makes a lot of sense to me. And, you know, when we were writing the 520, we were up against that challenge of what if there is not an environmental expert in the area? How do you do the post testing or pre-testing? And we came up with something similar in language. So I'm glad that you're following up on that. It is good, though, to have an outside testing firm finish the job.
Absolutely.
Because it reduces, again, your risk. They're saying it's done. Thank you. Now we're, you know, saying this guy who's an expert saying we did a good job. That's critical to closing the file.
Well, and having that, I mean, that's the whole reason the industry is built the way it is, with two professions, the assessor, the IEP, and the remediator, because they don't want that conflict of interest. Right. And so understanding how that assessor is going to do his job just makes the remediation project easier. And I think it's makes it easier to evaluate whether the job's been done correctly or not. So yeah, that's a fun class to teach.
Yeah, it is. And I think it's critically important that you're doing that type of evaluation as you're doing your job every day. And you'll learn a lot also about, you know, having containment and having in and out good protocols and a variety of things, because that's so critical to the success of the job. So I'm really excited to see that class coming.
Yeah, it's going to be cool. Looking forward to it.
Hey, can I just, I want to confirm the dates. I believe we're talking about May 8, 9, and 10 for the experience.
Yes, that is
and
correct.
The 11th, Doug, is that correct for the class?
That's correct. The 11th will be the class, the CMAT class.
Now, our hotel also, we have hotel rooms 3 days before and 3 days after. And you're coming to Fort Lauderdale in May, you might as well stay and enjoy the beach. Right outside the hotel door, you're going to notice there's water taxis. They can take you to any beach you want to go to in the region, which is fabulous. And there's hundreds of restaurants. I walked to the restaurant area last time I was there, and I mean, I couldn't make up my mind which one I wanted to go to. There were so many of them. So they're all right across the street from the beach. And of course, there's so much to do in Florida. It's going to be a great opportunity just to go relax.
Absolutely.
So if I was asking you to mention to the people watching this that you think they'd enjoy themselves there, I mean, is that a fair statement? I mean, you're giving a little bit of what's going on. Is there any more detail you can give us about the hotel or the
Sure.
things that are going to happen?
You bet. So we always do cocktail receptions back at the hotel. After one of the days, we're going to do a little bit of a pool party kind of thing, just getting together informally. We will have a big reception on the first night right there at the convention center. And so it's a great opportunity to network and meet hundreds and hundreds of other people in the cleaning and restoration or remediation industry. But, you know, we are all there also to relax. And, you know, when you own a business or you're managing a business, it's really critical for you to get away and take a step back and look at what you're doing as a company and then see what's happening in the industry. The one great thing that I learned going to conventions in my career when I was running a cleaning and restoration remediation company was that when I would go to these conferences, I would learn the latest techniques, the latest innovations and new ideas, and I'd bring them back and put them right into my company as quickly as I could, because we were leading the field all the time. And all of our competitors were like, what the heck are they doing now? And trying to figure out how we're doing it, why we're doing it. And they'd actually come to us to learn how to do it. And that helped us lead the field in our area, which also allowed us to charge a little bit more. But that was my own goals and the way that I ran my business. Education to me is paramount in running a successful business. It was mandatory in our company to be certified and to attend classes. And it really made a big difference. And, ultimately, if you're larger than a MAPA operation, you have several people out on location, who is it that the consumer's talking to? They're talking to one of your technicians who needs to be very educated about the standard of care in the industry and understand all of your own techniques so they can explain it clearly to your customer. I can tell you, we were doing a large commercial job in downtown Denver, big job, and I wasn't there. And the CEO of the company comes out, and we're restoring 100,000 plus square feet. And he starts asking difficult questions. And my lead technician stood there and answered all of his questions and was able to cite information from S500, 520, and what he learned in his classes about how we're doing our processes, how the drying is taking place, how we're always monitoring to make sure we're doing things correctly. I'm not there. They've got to be able to stand up on their 2 feet and answer the questions in the right way and feel comfortable enough to be able to do that. That's really critical.
It is, Larry, and that's one of the things we are going to talk about in our class, and not only the CMAT class, but also from our booth, because we got a nice sized booth there in the exhibition hall as well. And that's our new firm membership. We've got a program now where companies can participate in being able to train their guys in a certified mold worker program, and they can train them absolutely free online. And those guys get trained in exactly the same way as a remediation contractor would get trained, just the modules that are appropriate for them, because there's some of the higher level business models and law models that they don't necessarily need. But the point is that this firm membership, which is what we have developed, I think is going to really change the industry for these guys, because now they've got an in-house training program that they can send their guys to anytime they want, 1 a.m. if they want to. And keep them educated, because you're exactly right. The guy in the field, the technician that's talking to the client, better be talking the same language as the sales guy, and the same language as the person who answers the phone, and the same language as the person who's licensed. And I think that's a big step in the right direction.
Absolutely, I agree with you 100%.
I want to throw out something about the experience show, and I mean, what it means to me going to the experience, and I'm just going to give it out as very short little statements. And if you guys want to add on, please, or correct me on this. When I think of the experience, it's hands-on learning. And I got to look at my list: networking, learning about new products, rock concerts, had to throw that one in there, food, beaches, and fun. What'd I miss?
No, the rock concerts are really critically important.
Absolutely.
I'll tell you, one of the things that I think is one of the most important things to me is the networking. I have made such great relationships, and thank you, Larry, for doing that. You've been the one that's been the catalyst in most cases. You'll say, hey, come here, I want you to meet somebody. or you'll bring somebody to us. Hey, you guys need to get together. You think the same way. And I'll tell you what, that networking for me, the opportunity to be among some of the industry leaders and to be able to sit down with them and have a cup of coffee and talk about what they're doing with their business. I don't know how in the world you could ever exchange that, because, some of them live in New England. Some of them live in California. Some of them I would never see if we didn't get together at one of these events. So to me, that's one of the biggest advantages of this whole process.
Well, and I'll tell you that we have left specific time this show so that we could have good networking time. And if you come to the show, you need to take advantage of the people that are there. You need to meet as many people as you can. Go out to dinner with a bunch of them. Go into the bar or pool or wherever they're hanging out and just meet people. I mean, one of the things that made us successful as a company is sometimes we would get jobs that were too big for us. And I could call my competitors locally or wherever they were and say, hey guys, I've got this job, will you come help me? And here they come. And we were able to process jobs much larger than our capability because of those relationships that we made while we were out at these type of shows.
So I'm going to focus on another word, Lance, food. I wouldn't say I was exactly a foodie, but since I live in Louisiana, I've sort of kind of become one. And I mentioned earlier about these conferences that have stale food. I'll tell you, Larry does a great job of putting together an event, and the food is usually fantastic. And I know people aren't going to come to the event just for the food, but they won't have to leave because of it either.
Now that's
Well, I don't know about not coming for the food, but I've kind of enjoyed going there for it.
You know, I'll tell you something funny. There is the last day of our show is the day that's the most challenging to keep people there. And so I always put some of the strongest programming on the last day. You got to be there. But then in the trade show hall, I feed everybody lunch. I want them to stay. Well, the first year we did it, my wife's looking at me like, you're doing what? And she gave me this budget I was like not able to achieve. So I served hot dogs. I got to tell you what, man, the guys were so freaking excited about it. But, you know, all the condiments and stuff, these hot dogs were about this high, you know, and I'm like, what are you guys eating? Anyway, we don't do hot dogs anymore.
That's funny.
Hey, real quick, if somebody wanted to find out more information about the experience coming up, where do they go to look?
experiencetheevents.com. We have a brand new website we just launched. We're getting better and better at it, and a lot of new information in there. We'll be adding to it continually. I'm working on the program right now, and in the next two and a half weeks, the program will be published. It's coming along really well. A lot of new presenters on the program, a lot of new energy, and there is some exciting new advances on the program we all want to pay attention to.
And I want to tell you as well, Lance, that we're working on a deal. So we're gonna have some special offers for the Normie members. So if you're a Normie member or you want to become a Normie member, we've got some special things we're going to be doing for you. And so that's going to be a little added benefit for those folks.
Well, I appreciate the time both of you spent here, and just last few minutes. I mean, Larry, is there anything you'd like to say to sum up what we've talked about, or just sum up what's coming up at the experience?
Yeah, we're very excited about our new relationship with BNP Media and the R&R magazine. And I think it's going to enhance a lot of our relationships with our partners as well. It's giving them new opportunities to get out more information. And that's really our goal, is education and information at the experience. I can tell you that going to the beach is always a wonderful time, and being down by the water is always one of my favorite times. But, you know, we were in Clearwater Beach for, I think, 16 years. And of course, many people still scream at us for leaving there, but we outgrew the hotel many times over and finally just had to make the move. And, you know, moving to Charleston and Cincinnati, we had fantastic shows. We met so many new people. It was really wonderful. So now going back to Fort Lauderdale, a big East Coast city with a lot of population and a wonderful atmosphere for doing a show. We're very excited about that. And I'm already starting to work on our show in Las Vegas. Again, we're going to be right back at Caesars Forum Conference Center, and we're going to be staying at 2 or 3 different hotels this time. We've added in Caesars Hotel across the street. So many people wanted to stay there. We listened, and we've added that to our room block. So there'll be a lot of great things going on there. But we're going to build a big house in the trade show hall. We're going to have a huge cleaning area, and we're truly excited about that. We have a very strong partnership with Shaw Industries. who's the largest floor covering manufacturer in the world. And I'll tell you right now, our show the following spring is going to be in Chattanooga, Tennessee. And somebody said to me, why would you go to Chattanooga, Tennessee? I said, well, not only is it a cool city, but 25 minutes down the road is Shaw Industries. And we have an invitation from Shaw Industries to bring 250 people to Shaw for mill tours. That doesn't happen anymore. And we're thoroughly excited to be there. You know, the more I know about the products I'm working on, the easier it is for me to take care of them properly and understand what it is that I'm doing and how I should do it. And it's really a great opportunity. That's one of the things that I always treasured, was that time going down to wherever I had a chance to tour the mills and see exactly what the products were. So that's kind of what the future looks like. We're very excited about what's coming up, and we're very excited to continue to work with you guys there at Normie, and your members have to be thrilled with the ongoing work that you two continue to do and your whole team continues to do.
Well, thank you, Larry. And just to confirm, there's 249 seats left to go there. Is that how that works?
Yeah.
Doug, anything in closing?
Yes, my call to action is this. If you're in the industry, if you're an assessor, if you're a remediator, if you're a restoration contractor, if you're a cleaner, if you're a technician, if you're in this industry, go right now to experiencetheevents.com and register for this event. If you've got any questions at all, of course, we'll be glad to help you. You can call our toll-free number at 877-251-2296. So there'll be operators standing by, as it were, to answer any questions about what we're going to be doing there. And I know Larry's available to answer questions as well, but experiencetheevents.com, go register. You'll really, really be glad you did.
Well, guys, I really appreciate you. I appreciate you guys spending the time here today. Larry, it's always a pleasure talking with you. Doug, thank you for helping out here. And I look forward to doing another one if we could before the Experience Show.
We would
So
love
as we
that.
get closer, maybe we'll do that. But
You know,
thank
the
you
other
both.
thing we should talk about next time, Lance, is the way you get jobs nowadays changed so much compared to when I was in business. And we should talk about that and really put that on the table for people to understand all the different areas and options that are out there.
I think that's a great idea, Larry. And thank you so much, by the way, for being here. It's always fun to talk to you. But I think there's a lot of things we can talk about to help our guys understand how to get that business that's out there, because you're exactly right. It's changing.
It has, absolutely. Thank you all. I hope you have a great year. Can't wait to see you May 8th through 10th in Fort Lauderdale.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
I'd like to welcome Michelle Blevins to our cast today. I've talked with Michelle quite a bit, and I've met her several times at multiple trade shows. It's always fun to have a conversation with her, and I thought it'd be really good to bring her in here tonight to talk about who she is, how she's involved in the industry, and the magazine that she is running. So, Michelle, how about a quick hello?
Hello. Thanks so much for having me, Lance. I really appreciate it. And hello to everyone who's watching or listening.
Well, thank you. Well, let's get right into it. Tell us a little bit about you before we even get into the magazine side, because that's really fascinating to me, but I want to know more about you.
Okay, so I have been in the restoration industry since 2015. I have a background in TV and print journalism. My first job out of college was at a very local small town newspaper in very rural Indiana. We still did court news and going over to the courthouse to look through the big ledgers and see who got arrested that week and who got divorced and who had the land transfers and all that. That's where I really cut my teeth in relationships and all of that. Also where I covered my first flood. There was a very localized flood there, and there were homes that were flooded that were then raised up quite a bit. So that was my first kind of experience with that. Also first experience around house fires and all those kinds of things. That's where I learned what happened on the emergency scene, but I had no idea what happened once the emergency vehicles left. So, then I was 6 years at a TV station in Northern Michigan where I was the executive producer there. And then in 2015, I joined another industry publication. I was the editor-in-chief there for a while. And then I purchased CNR, which is Cleaning and Restoration magazine, from the Restoration Industry Association in July of 2021. So I have been running it since then. There's a team of 5 of us that are behind the scenes running CNR, and I absolutely love it every single day. I am also a mom of 2, and they are 8 and 3. My 8-year-old plays hockey. My 3-year-old is trying to learn to skate, and they are a handful, and it's super fun. And I'm excited to be here and chat more.
So if I said juggling was a lifestyle, I think it's fairly accurate.
Big time. We're fortunate that, everybody says it takes a village, and we have a village. We have good friends, and my mother-in-law is incredible and watches our younger one 2 days a week. And, I have a babysitter here. We're recording on a snow day, our second snow day in a row. So we have an amazing babysitter who shows up on a moment's notice and takes them sledding and does all the great things with them. And so we have the best possible people around us to make it all work.
Very good. Well, why don't you tell us a little bit about CNR as a magazine, because we obviously are dealing with the indoor air quality, mold assessment, mold remediation industry, and your title alone is, right there for us.
Sure. So CNR has been around since, we think, somewhere in the 1940s. It's a little unclear of the exact start date. I've worked with Pete Consigli, who's kind of the resident restoration historian through the RIA to try to figure that out. But there's been different names throughout the years. I was fortunate enough to come into possession of some of the print magazines going back to, I think, 1975 is what I have in archives. So my goal is to get all those digitized and stuff like that in the future. But this is the oldest publication in the industry, as well as the largest publication in the restoration and cleaning space specifically. And over the years, it has covered everything from IAQ and cleaning and mold to fire to biohazard to crime scene to COVID and asbestos and everything in between. So we try to cover the full gamut of topics when it comes to restoration, remediation, cleaning, all of that.
Well, everything you just named all comes under IAQ, indoor air quality. Every bit of it. And that's kind of the umbrella that we start with and then try to funnel down for our specific classes. But, you've seen and experienced what has changed in the industry since COVID hit. And, I've said this on numerous interviews. It's like everybody woke up and found out that breathing was important. How do you see it, in the industry and specifically with the magazine publication?
Um, I think the industry has changed in a number of ways. I think customers are looking more for the IAQ piece and making sure that when a restoration project is done, that it doesn't just physically look good, but that it's actually done healthily. I can think of a contractor in California who's dealt with a lot of the wildfires that have been out there, and they actually are on the forefront of helping with more sustainable building practices to help homes be more fire resistant if there are more wildfires. And I think that is something that the industry is learning, that we need to be a little bit more proactive in some of these things, make sure, I think COVID gave the industry a big lesson on how to actually clean. I mean, the root of the restoration industry is cleaning, right? Like we are cleaners at heart, and then everything else kind of revolves around it. So whether it is for COVID and we're disinfecting, or it's a fire, or it's a flood, or whatever it may be, cleaning is the crux of what we're doing. And I think COVID kind of knocked us a little bit on, are we cleaning properly, or are we just spraying and praying? Are we just wiping and moving stuff around? Are we using the right products? Are we using products that are okay for occupants in a building? Is this going to be damaging to children later if we're cleaning a school or a hospital or whatever that may be? I think that it was a good learning curve for the industry to kind of set us back on track of really thinking about what we're using, how sustainable are we being, how big is our carbon footprint? Are we using the best products out there? There's a lot more I can go into, but go ahead, because I feel like I will just start rambling.
That's okay. No, I just flew back from a seminar with Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner. Mm-hmm. And I know you've talked with him before, and he's really an interesting guy to talk with. But in the seminar that we were going through, and it's under an OSHA training, he used the term cleaning for health.
Yes.
It's a whole new direction. It's not cleaning to make it look good. It's cleaning for health. Yeah. And one of the examples that we talked about were the airlines, how they have 8 minutes to clean this 200-seat plane, and their biggest focus is making sure the safety belts are folded neatly.
Yes.
So it looks clean. It's not cleaning for health. Yeah. And I really think that's where this industry has gone. I don't want to say it's going. It's gone there now, but it's learning how to do what it's trying to do. So very interesting spin on where this industry is going because of COVID. Mm-hmm. I think it really brought everything into air quality right up front for everybody to see, and it's on everybody's mind. With that being said, the companies that I've been talking to have gotten extremely busy. Yeah. And one of their big complaints is getting personnel, and trained personnel is even harder. Yeah. Any thoughts on what they could do?
So I think that the number one thing, or the number one way to find new people, is recruiting yourself. You and whether it's the owner or the technicians or the project managers or the estimators, salespeople, whoever it is, everybody within the company needs to be considered a recruiter for the company as well. They need to be thinking about like, oh my gosh, I just got amazing customer service from this person at Home Depot. I wonder if they'd be willing to, I wonder if they're interested in a job change or whatever that may be, or a server at a restaurant or wherever you are. Be thinking about in day-to-day life, the service people that you meet and how good they are. Anybody can be trained on how to dry a structure or remove mold or remove odor or whatever that is. The technical stuff can be trained, but the character and the work ethic and all that can't be trained. So you need to be looking for people in your everyday world that carry those character qualities that then you can train for the skill later. So I know of some restoration companies where they make little business cards that say, hey, you are a rock star at customer service. We would love to talk to you about being part of our team. And then if you flip it over, there's like a name and number for the hiring manager or whoever that may be. And you can just hand those out. I know some companies where that's like almost a requirement. Like you have to every person has to hand out like 5 a week to a star player that they see. And that is going to be so much more effective than throwing out an Indeed ad here or Career Builder or whatever website you're using. That just is a really difficult way now to try to find people. You might find people, but you're just going to be, I was a recruiter in the industry as well for 4 years, and I totally understand how hard it is. I have been through many a screening with somebody who looked great on paper and they ended up being a train wreck, or you get to the final step of the process and they end up having a criminal record that isn't going to be accepted by a carrier or programs if you're doing program work. You know, there's just so much to it. So really, your company needs to be recruiting for your company is what it should be. And something that's going to really help you also with that is making sure that your company has a good culture, and a culture that's going to attract people. If people start hearing of your company or seeing your company at action within your community, even outside of restoration jobs, that in and of itself can help speak for your company and draw that talent toward you.
Well, I do have to ask a quick question before I get into my follow-up on this. Are we using now train wreck as an industry term?
Yes.
Oh, okay. No, I agree with you completely. I've seen it. I've seen people that are hired to do different aspects of this industry that really don't know what they're getting into. They haven't been trained. There's limited training requirements or licensing requirements, depending on what part of the country you're in. And yeah, train wreck is very appropriate for, unfortunately, the end user, because that's what they wind up with.
Yes. CNR just did a state of the industry study that included feedback and answers from high-level leadership in 150 restoration and cleaning companies across the US and Canada. We had feedback from all 50 states, all Canadian provinces. So it's a good set of data to talk about industry trends. And the number one thing that we saw that companies are going to be doing in 2023 is focusing on training. More than 52% of companies said that that training was going to be like their number one focus for future-proofing their business in 2023. And I think the thing that is coming with that is, again, we can teach people can go through normie classes, right? And learn some of these skills that they need. But again, the soft skills, that character of the person, that's so important. So I see more companies also focusing on the soft skills and making sure that their people know how to relate to customers, especially because the people that we're serving are often having probably the worst day of their lives, or top 5, top 3, whatever that may be. It's not a good day. If a restoration or maybe a cleaning company is more middle of the road, but if a restoration company is there, it's probably a bad day. So there's a bigger push to teach those soft skills. And going back to the recruiting and retention aspect, there are more companies that are realizing that if you teach those life skills, you're going to better retain your people. I mean, a lot of the people that you're hiring in at technician level may have never learned money management skills. They may have never learned how to buy a car or get a cell phone, or even like the most basic things. They might have no idea how to do that. And so kind of creating a life academy and morphing them, working through those, even if it's like 5 or 10 minutes a week, just helping with those skill sets can really help. There was a company that I was talking to last week. They're based in Michigan, and the owner was saying that for every employee, they have a PPF plan, and it's personal, professional, and financial. And they go through those, I can't remember what she said, a few times a year. And they do like their 1 year, 3 or 5 year, and 10-year outlooks, I think, for their goals. And they actually work with their team to get, how do you reach those goals? And it's not just career stuff, it's personal and financial as well. And how can we help you get there? And that helps retain people, helps them find a career path as well, and not just guess their way through the company. So the soft side of things is really important.
Well, you're absolutely right. We actually did quite a few classes for a group called Sustainable Workforce Alliance, which is basically teaching basic skills to groups of people. It was a funded by, I think it was a federal grant down to a state grant, and put quite a few people through that, just giving them basic skills, how to manage their life and be able to work and things like that. So, I mean, that's there. And now we're working with, Gavin and ISSA, and we have this big program we're rolling out through OSHA that, we'd love to train 1 million people across the US. It's one of the problems with it is, like you said, people being in the industry, and I'm looking at it as you need to train people to a professional level, or to at least be an essential level.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that Gavin had an issue with, where this whole industry, the cleaning industry, they're not considered essential employees.
Yeah.
And if you think about it, you have these major hospitals where people that are sick are going in, but your employees that have to be there to clean it are essential. And when there's curfews, they can't go.
Yeah.
You know, so it's a whole new way of thinking about this industry and elevating it. One of the examples he mentioned in the class was if you're driving down the road and you see a traffic detail going on, you'll see a guy standing there with a stop or a slow sign. They have to go through training and be certified to do that. But the people cleaning your operating room, they don't. You know, so it's, you know, it's definitely a change. I think there's growing pains right now in the industry since COVID hit, but I think we're going in the right direction. So what do you got as far as, because I know you interview a lot of people also, any of the new technologies or electronic gizmos that are coming out?
Sure. So there's a lot, and I feel like you know a lot more on the IAQ side than I do. I mean, you introduced me to AirAnswers and some others. So there's definitely a lot of technology on the IAQ side that you are far more well-versed to talk about than I am. But something like AirAnswers, I would say would be considered RestoreTech or InsureTech. They're both terms that we've heard. InsureTech is something that I would say it's another result of COVID, right? There was a lot of technology in the industry before, but the COVID made us push forward. We weren't in customers' homes as much, or we had to be more careful. We needed to be able to get remote readings or whatever that may be. So InsureTech talks about like the Bluetooth technology that you can get through like Phoenix, for example, on your DHUs or whatever, that's going to give you remote access to your readings or whatever. You still need to be sending people to the job site. This isn't taking away jobs. It's not that level of AI or anything where people are losing their jobs, but it can help you with your moisture readings and keep up on those things. Other examples would be like Matterport and DocuSketch, where you can do 3D scans of entire homes or businesses or whatever that may be in minutes. And then you have the fine details that, it used to be that estimators had to sketch it all out, and that took forever. And well, I don't know. I don't have a picture of that dresser. I don't know if we put something on it and nicked it. Well, if you do a Matterport beforehand, you can, if somebody says something's missing or got damaged, zoom in and see, was it damaged when we got to the site? Was it not? Finding specific areas of damage and what needs to be fixed. There's also a lot happening that I won't go into. There's a lot happening on the carrier side as well. A lot of the technology does have to do with getting paid and kind of expediting that process for contractors.
That's big down in Florida with the AOBs and all of that, which is still being an issue. I think one of the things that we didn't talk about, and I don't remember if we talked about it when we were at the last show, about the monitoring program that we're coming out with, or we've launched.
We did a little bit. So refresh me.
Well, it's a monitoring program where it's electronic devices that we put in environments, whether it's residential, commercial, or anything, that gives us 10 different parameters in real time over the internet that we're able to monitor. And what's different about this is it's not the customer that's monitoring it. It's our group of IAQ professionals that we monitor it, and we look for anomalies that are taking it out of range that will eventually cause problems. And then we notify the customer, we watch it, we help them analyze it, and then we put them in touch with IAQ professionals that can help them. We're out of it at that point, other than directing them to the people that could help. Very positive response from that.
How do IAQ professionals get connected with you to be part of that? I understand that. Well, okay, I have multiple questions. First, how is this getting to the end user? Are contractors promoting this service when they're in homes or maybe doing a mold assessment or whatever? Are they recommending this, and is that the starting point?
Funny you should ask. Yes. There's several different programs, but the way that we are encouraging people to use it, there are portable kits, which are actually called IAQ doctor kits.
Okay.
Whether they're single units or multiple units for monitoring. I mean, this could do hundreds of units at a time. But when you walk in with this small kit, you set it up and you instantly are now getting readings being forwarded to the cloud, where you can get reports when you're done. You can also see it in real time. What the goal of that is once the customer sees how their air quality is being maintained, that they are able to get the system for themselves. And it's sold through the contractors that are on site actually doing the assessment. Okay. So, they're there, they're demonstrating it, they're using it in their assessment, and they're exposing the end user to it. We have made it where we are only letting the end users get it through trained contractors.
Sure.
We don't want people, saying it's going to do things it won't, making false promises. So we make sure they're all trained and going through it in that way.
So how do contractors get the doctor kits?
Well, the easiest way is as a Normie member, you have full access to all the training. The training is free. So becoming a Normie member at join.normie.org gets you into that. You're able to take the training. It's online. And you're then exposed to all of the different technologies that are involved with that program, how it works. And then we walk you through it from there. And then you go out and you're able to sell this program for the Normie Pro Monitoring is what it's called.
Who are you finding on the end user side are the most interested? Is it like homeowners with kids? Is it offices?
Pretty much anybody that sees the doctor kit being used testing their environment. I mean, because they're instantly getting, which most people get now on any of the devices that are out there, temperature, relative humidity. But this also has CO2 levels. It has particulate levels at 10, 2.5, and 1 microns, which is the big thing right now in the industry of what's getting into the blood system, formaldehyde, and total VOCs or TVOCs, which are chemicals in the air. So it's a screening device that monitors 10 different things, including dew point. I'm sorry, that's also out there. And it will give us as the IAQ professionals a really good picture as to what's going on in real time and documenting it and letting the customer know that somebody else is watching for them if they're involved with the monitoring program. We've talked to a lot of people about the different monitors, and I've had them. I know you've talked with Doug. He's had all kinds of monitors for years. And, you get the monitor in the first week, you're looking at it every few hours. Okay, it's good, it's good, it's good, and within the second or third week, when's the last time you checked your monitor? A few weeks ago. Yeah. Well, do you know if anything's changed? No. We watch it continuously, and that's the big difference.
We have a radon system in our house that we had put in when we moved in because we know that there's radon in our area. And I think about that every once in a while that they, when you first put it in, they tell you, okay, here's how, here's the gauge to know when it's going, or, you can kind of hear the fan running and all that. And it's like, I haven't looked at that thing in a year. I have no idea if it's really running or not. Hopefully.
Yeah. When I do assessments and I talk with people, I explain to them, I'm coming into their house with a new set of eyes. That they are there, they see something every day, they see it so often, they don't see it any longer.
Yeah.
Did you ever watch the Blues Brothers movie?
Yes.
Well, there's a scene in there when the two brothers are talking to each other and they're talking about the Chicago trains going past their room, like 10 feet away. And he goes, How often do those trains go by? He goes, so often you won't even hear them.
Yes.
And that's really the same. It's really the same thing. You'll ask somebody, when's the last time you changed your filter? What filter? One for your air conditioning. We have one. How long have you lived here? 20 years. They just don't know. And these are true stories. These are the things that I ask people and the way they've responded. They just don't know because they don't see it on a rare occasion. They see it constantly, so they don't see it anymore. It's like being nose blind in a house that smells really bad. After 5 minutes, you don't smell it any longer. Yeah. Same, well, for the most part, same kind of situation.
It depends on how bad it is. But a barn, yes, you can go into a barn and lose the smell. I'm thinking about anyway.
But again, it's going you into a new set of eyes and watching it from a different aspect. That's what the monitors do. They're in there watching all the time. They're not going to see something over and over and over and say, oh, that's normal, we're going to forget about it. If it's out of range, it's going to let us know.
Yes.
So that's the big difference.
That is really interesting. I wonder if I'm the type, I'm thinking through, if I had that in my house, I think I'd be so worried all the time, which is not the point. I know I tend to be a worrywart over house things. So, but excuse me, then you get to solve the problems, which would be great. And then I wouldn't worry. So,
well, and that's the whole thing. It may come across as worrying up front. People get nervous, like I'm being tested. No, you're not. We're just establishing what the norm is. And then if we've helped you get to a point where you're comfortable and it's improved the health condition of the home, there's nothing to be worried about. Just to be aware if something changes and goes out of whack. If you have a big party at your house and you have 20 people there and all of a sudden your CO2 level goes way up, well, it's not something to be terrified about. It's just, hey, you had a party.
You had a party. How many members does Normie have now?
Well, we've trained probably between 9 and 10,000 people. And we have people that come in and out of the industry, in and out of what we call active membership.
Sure.
It depends on what's going on. A lot of people do it as a part-time job. So, the numbers really fluctuate because of that. But yeah, we've trained, I'd say, in that 8-10+ thousand range over the years. I've been with Normie since 2006. And they started in 2004. So a lot of people.
That is a lot of people. I love it. All right, what
So
else we got?
where do you think the industry is going next? Come on, get your crystal ball out. Let's see where we're going with this one. More high tech, more manpower, more let's stop and analyze what's really going on.
More technology, more AI for sure. I know that there are some really cool AI pieces that are going to be rolling out in the next year or so that are really going to help with estimating, especially. That's more on the, restoration and reconstruction side of things. But, people are never going to be replaced as this AI rolls out, but I think it's going to help considerably kind of even the playing field, hopefully level things out when they're in some of the more contentious areas of the industry, like TPAs and contractors and estimating platforms and all of that. So AI is one of them. I think that the industry is going to continue to grow. I think at any given time, people usually estimate that there's between 12 and 15,000 restoration companies in the US. I don't know how anybody actually knows that, because I think of like ServPros or Paul Davis's, or, the franchises, or mom and pop, 2 men in a truck type companies that they open and close every day. Right. So I don't know how you really can tell that number, but there was this big concern over the last 4 years of industry consolidation as the mergers and acquisitions kept ticking up. And there was a lull in the second half of 2022. I know that things are going to pick back up in 2023. They kind of have already with more acquisitions, but there was a really big concern that as the industry consolidated over the last few years, that there were going to be fewer companies. It was going to be much harder for the smaller independent companies to stay in business because some of the bigger companies would be eating the competition. And then, you have a big player and a little player in one market who's going to survive. But again, going back to the state of the industry, everyone, like it was almost 100% of the companies who had somebody in their market purchased said that their company either increased their revenue or stayed the same, despite their competitor in their market being bought by somebody bigger. So I think that that's something to keep in mind for contractors, hopefully an area to take heart as you maybe see the consolidation continue over the next year or two. Interest rates are going to affect that and some other economic things, of course, but I do know that this trend is going to continue a little bit, I don't think to the degree it has been, but just know that even if that is happening, that doesn't mean that there isn't space for the smaller independents, because there absolutely is. And those are the backbone of the industry. I like to think Katie Smith, who is the president of the Restoration Industry Association Board of Directors, she calls herself an everyday restorer. And I like that. She and her husband run a company in Lillington, North Carolina, and it's a really successful company. It's very family oriented, all those things. And they have done just fine no matter what has happened in the industry. And that's kind of a perfect example. I know there are a lot of other companies in the same boat, so don't worry. Other trends. Those are probably the two big ones. I don't know that workforce stuff is going to get any easier. Mike Rowe in a recent podcast, I can't remember where I heard it, but it's Mike Rowe said that for every 5 people leaving the trades right now, there's only 2 to replace them. Yeah. So it might be a little bit easier to hire people now just in general, but finding the skilled people in the trades, that's probably not going to get any easier.
That is a big issue. So we've got a long way from talking about CNR magazine.
That's okay.
Well, I'd like to hear a little bit more about it. Could you just give us an idea on some of the topics and things that you've been covering, or
Sure.
May tease us about what's coming up?
Sure. So CNR is a full media brand. So it's more than a magazine. Anybody who's listening, it's also all free. So you can go to cnrmagazine.com and sign up to get the print magazine or the digital edition. We have a podcast and social media channels, a YouTube channel, all of those things. So any resources you find there are brand new. I actually have a list, so let me pull this up here. So new things, we're launching a new masterclass for the industry. Last year I did a masterclass on mergers and acquisitions, like we just talked about, with a pretty well-known broker in the industry. This year we are doing a masterclass on profitability. I think that that's a big topic that people are talking about, how to run more efficient companies, more lean, those kind of things. So I will be bringing in 24 industry experts throughout 2023 to talk about very specific parts of the profitability puzzle. So I have somebody coming. These are only going to be 10 to 15 minute episodes a piece, super short, so you can listen and kind of move on with your day. But, I have people coming in to talk about like modern HR and what that looks like, to talk about how to like scaling your business, company culture and how that relates, understanding your numbers, organizational structure and what that can look like to help with your profitability. All 24 people that are going to be part of this have a different angle related to profitability, but they're experts in that area. Like their company has really excelled in that area. So they will be coming in to do that. So be on the lookout for those coming soon. We will be doing the State of the Industry again later in the year. We will voting for the Golden Quill Award, which goes to the best contributor of an R&R or CNR. Ooh, did you hear that? That's the first time I've ever done that. CNR article in the year. That voting opens up pretty soon. We also, which I love, we do an Unsung Heroes Award. So the nominations for that will open this summer, but the idea is to recognize people within restoration and cleaning companies that might not otherwise get a big award or get recognized on a big scale. So kind of those quiet heroes behind the scenes, right? So unsung heroes, anyway. So there's 3 categories. There's an office or like I'm sorry, let me back up. So there's like C-suite category, admin category, and field category. So in field is, estimators, project managers, technicians. Office covers sales managers, ops, marketing, those kind of people. And then C-suite is of course like owners, GMs, CEOs, those type of people. So we reward that to 3 people every year. It'll be awarded in the fall. So I think that that's a really fun thing that we do to try to recognize those unsung heroes that are within every company that might not otherwise get recognized. And I think that that's important.
All righty. Well, I'm gonna throw something at you now that you may or may not be ready for. Do you have any questions for me that I may or may not answer?
That you may or may not answer. Well, I'm curious, how many classes does Normie put on in it, like in a week? I guess let's go there, because it seems like there's always something going on. There are always classes to attend. Let's start there.
Well, the easiest way to say that is we have static online courses that are available anytime.
Yep.
We also do on-site courses that especially when we're down in our classroom down in Fort Lauderdale, we're able to simulcast over our Zoom platform. We actually have it working like as a TV studio at this point. So the customer or student experience at home is almost like being in the classroom. So we're doing that. That's several times a month. We're doing that. We're doing English and Spanish classes also. We're constantly putting out newer technologies. I know we have the more advanced classes out now covering some of those technologies, but these are being taught by people like Michael Pinto. Gavin's come in, Doug Hoffman. We have Mo Zulawaga, who does a lot of our Spanish classes. We have Maxine that does our Spanish classes. So we have a bunch of other teachers that have also come in. So we're doing classes now all over. We're looking to expand out to the West Coast this year, if possible. And there's going to be some international stuff coming really soon.
That's awesome.
So there'll be more on that. And that's one of the reasons that we've been doing so much with our TV channel, Normie.tv, because people are hearing about us and asking questions. And because of the different time changes and stuff that we're dealing with, or time differences, not changes, people can go to Normie.tv anytime and see interviews, see different trainings that we've done. And these aren't video on demand. These are continuously going. We will also interrupt that and go with live broadcasts at times in between the other recorded live broadcasting.
Yes. Okay.
So to answer your question, it's all different.
Yeah.
You know, during the holidays, you back down a little bit because people are just losing their minds and going in different directions.
Yes.
But now it's ramping up and we got a lot of classes going again.
How are you so tech forward? Like, this industry is not known for being super tech savvy, but Normie clearly is. I mean, the ability to live stream classes, you have Normie TV, you know, you can get classes online at any time. Like, that's honestly something very, very lacking in the industry. So how have you managed to be so tech forward?
Well, Doug Hoffman, our executive director, is very open to these types of ideas, you know, reaching out to the community. And to him, it's all about giving back. And the only way to do that is be able to reach people that need the help. So when we come up with these different platforms and ways of reaching out, you know, as long as it's something that makes sense to do it, we're going to try to do it. My background is very different than what's really in this industry. So I come from an industry where make it work is pretty much the mantra. You know, so what do we need to do? Okay, we'll make it work. And that's kind of how we do that. And technology is the way to do it.
Yeah, it is. I totally agree. I have enjoyed in my infancy of business growth here, leveraging technology and doing things differently than I've seen things done in the past. And it really does make life and work and all of that better and easier and higher quality for everybody. So I'm impressed with everything that Normie does.
Well, this is my chance to throw it out to everybody that's watching. This is going to be on normie.tv, indoorairquality.tv, a YouTube channel, which is the Normie Live YouTube channel, the Twitch network, which is live, DLive, which is live. We're actually on a South Korean platform, Africa, AFREECA, which is another broadcasting platform, and LinkedIn Live and Facebook Live. So we push all of our stuff out there across all these different platforms for people to be able to get to it in whichever manner they need to. You know, if somebody's not in their office, clicking on a video on demand to watch is difficult, but there's platforms where they can get right on their cell phone. They can listen to it as a podcast. We're just trying to make it easy for everybody.
Well, that is impressive. Keep up the good work. And what about this new OSHA training? When is that rolling out where you're hoping to get a whole bunch of people through this training?
It's rolled out. Right now we're doing a lot with train the trainers. And that's a big thing. We need a lot of trainers to reach a lot of people, which is going to happen very quickly. So that has started.
Who are the ideal trainers for that? Who are you
I'm sorry?
for? Who are the ideal trainers? Like, who are you looking for trainers?
Well, people that are obviously in the industry. I mean, one of the things that we look for at Normie is all of our trainers are still working in the industry.
Okay.
You know, the expression, those that can't do, teach. Well, we want the people that are doing and teaching, you know, so that's, for me, that would be one of the most important things. The second one is people that have an interest of giving back to the community, because there's a personal investment in this, not monetarily, but you're investing your time, your energy, and your passion to want to teach people that really have not been exposed to this industry. You know, it's your essential workers at the lowest level that have to be there, have to be trained how to be safe and how to do the job right. So, I mean, those are the biggest things that I think are important. There's other criteria, obviously, you know, you don't want people with criminal backgrounds and stuff like that, you know, going after teaching. And you need self-starters, people that are motivated to go out and run a class on their own. Sure. So there's a lot of different criteria. Gavin's on top of all that. He's doing a great job with it. And you're going to see big changes over the next year or so.
I love it. Well, congrats on all that you're doing and Normie TV and all that. And it's always a pleasure seeing you at shows and chatting and catching up and all the things.
Well, we got a bunch of shows coming up this year. I hope to see you there.
I am sure that we will cross paths more than once.
Absolutely. Well, I want to thank you for all your time, and we'll chat some more. This was fun.
Lance. Thank you very much.
Just because it's black doesn't mean it's Stachybotrys. What is black mold? Well, molds can grow any color. based on what it's eating. There are a lot of molds that grow black. And so just because it's black doesn't mean it's black toxic mold. How do you tell what kind of mold it is? Not a, yeah, not a mold sniffing dog.
Not a machine.
Yeah, you got to have microscopy, look at it under a microscope, or some way for a laboratory to determine whether or not it's actually mold, because it may not be. It may, like I said, it could be roach feces or something else that's you know, not mold. So you got to be really careful that you don't draw conclusions. Additional molds can be found to have toxins, which include aspergillus and penicillium, cladosporium, and more. Mycotoxins are not always produced. Mark made this point earlier, and I'm so glad he did. I'm going to underscore it. Just because it's mold doesn't mean it's producing mycotoxins. So now, if it's mold, it's going to produce VOCs. That's a reality. It is going to produce microbial VOCs. Every mold will when it's growing. But in terms of mycotoxins, and mycotoxin is 2 words put together, mold poison. Mycotoxin. So air infiltration issues are a big problem. And one of the things that we're going to talk about when we talk about the assessment process is that we recommend always, well, not always, but in a lot of cases, we will recommend, based on what we found during the assessment process, blower door test, which is putting the house under negative pressure to find out where the air infiltration issues are so that they can be sealed. New building materials, polymers, resins, formaldehyde, all of these are adding to indoor air quality issues. Sick building syndrome, building related illness, those are new terms that actually came about basically in the 80s. I remember that. All of a sudden people were talking about sick building syndrome and building related illnesses. Green building, I love that phrase. What is a green building? What does that mean?
Energy efficient building.
That's one definition.
What did you say?
Energy efficient.
Energy efficient. Okay. More recycled materials.
Sustainable, right? Recyclable. So that's been a problem with that term, is that it's hard to know how to define it. What does green mean? I always tell the story of the guy in North Carolina that has a big billboard. We've been green since before green was important. Builder. His name was John Green. Green Building Company. Computers and copiers producing ozone. Technical changes introduced. New building materials and products. VOCs and submicron particles recirculating. Structures built late in the 1970s with rethought technology are now aging faster than normal with unintended consequences. There are a lot of technologies that are being used. I found out several years ago, we actually did an assessment for a
It's my privilege to be able to introduce Michael Pinto, who's the CEO of Wonder Makers. He's a very valued partner with us at Normie, and actually he's fun to work with. So I'm going to bring Michael in. And I also have Doug Hoffman here, who is also a good friend of Michael's, and this is going to make for a very interesting conversation tonight. That's the easiest way to do it. So Michael, you want to come in and say a quick hello to everybody?
Well, thank you, Lance. I appreciate it very much. And yes, I was smiling because too much fun. When we deal with Normie, I know we get a lot of work done and everything, but it's just good people to work with, and certainly count you in that, as well as Doug. And just very pleased to be here talking about the NCMP.
Thank you, Michael. Doug, I don't know, you consider him a team player with us?
Actually, more than that. Michael not only is one of our senior trainers, but he also participates on our President's Council. I have a tremendous amount of respect for him and for his experience. And I think he brings something to us that we wouldn't have otherwise. So I'm grateful that he's become a good partner and a very good friend. So I'm glad to be here tonight, and I think this is going to be fun.
Absolutely.
Thank you, guys. You know, one of the things that I've seen Michael bring to the group is we've elevated the level of training that's available to our members. We have the basic training and the stuff that's very popular, but we now have these more advanced courses that really gets to or above the professional level, if you want to consider it that way. Now, knowing Normie and all of our initials that we use for our classes, I do want to talk to Michael about the NCMP, which is the Normie Certified Microbial Professional. So, Michael, I'm going to ask you, what is that? What is that all about?
Well, quite honestly, this is a continuation of a certification that was originally offered by the Restoration Industry Association. And early on in the mold remediation industry and the arena, and I'm going all the way back to like 1999, 2000, 2001, thereabouts, it was our assessment at Wonder Makers that there had to be more for some people in the industry than just a technician level and a supervisor level, and not that those are bad places to go for training or anything like that. But we just felt that if the industry was really going to not just survive but prosper, there had to be a cadre of individuals that people could look at and say, you know what, those people are really professionals in their industry. Very similar to, you know, a master carpenter or, you know, an engineer or somebody who's got some real experience. And that's what we tried to do at Wonder Makers when we developed the certified, originally it was certified mold professional, but now with Normie, it's the certified microbial professional course. And that's a good move too, because it broadens up what the students learn about, and it really helps to give us that bigger picture in terms of the students coming through the class. So the basic answer to the question is that the NCMP is, as you said, the Normie Certified Microbial Professional. And what we're trying to do is elevate the knowledge of the individuals who come through that class so that they're more well-rounded and they're able to be the sort of person that if I have a question that just is really a tough one in the industry, that's the sort of people that you go to, the NCMPs.
You know, I've heard it described as upper level type of training. Would that be a fair evaluation to classify this as?
Absolutely. And the reason that we would consider it to be upper level is that there's actually some prerequisites. And I know that that can be dangerous, if you will, because it potentially limits the pool of people that can come for that training. But to even, you know, qualify for the training, a person has to go through either the Normie Certified Mold Remediator course or an equivalent. And depending on where that equivalency is, if it's from ACAC or IICRC, you know, it may be that combination course, which is more of a technician and a supervisor course. It could be, you know, somebody who gets into the CMA, CMR, where they're learning a little bit about the assessor side as well as the remediator. But like I said, there's going to have to be some level of training and generally experience in the mold field or in the microbial field before somebody qualifies for this course. Now, since it's the NCMP, they also, which isn't a tough criteria, but they do have to go through the Normie Professional Practices course, and that's just so that they understand what they're dealing with. Again, if they're professional and we have professional practices, it's pretty bad if professionals don't know the professional practices they're supposed to be following. So that's a prerequisite too, and that's built into the, you know, the emphasis of those professional practices is built into the NCMP course. So it is good that they know that before they get there.
You know, Doug, you and I have talked over the years about, you know, people coming to even our remediator or assessment course that needing a basic knowledge of the industry. I mean, if you don't know how to take an air sample, how do you go through a course about remediation or assessment? I mean, to slow the class down to teach that makes it difficult. And that's what it sounds like here.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. You know, we're old enough to know that there's some things that you just don't learn except by experience. And there are some things that are going to build on the foundation, the truths that you understand, the techniques that you understand. You've got to continually build on that if you're going to get better, and I think be a better asset for the public. Oftentimes, an entry-level course might get you into the business, might get you into the industry, it might get you a license. But one of the things that has always frustrated us, and I know Michael completely agrees with this, is there are some guys right now in Florida that are taking a one-day, quote unquote, refresher course to get licensed in the state of Florida. It's how in the world can you do that? We do a 3-day class, and in some ways I wish it was 5. So having an opportunity to really encourage our members to think in terms of developing their techniques and their processes and helping them better understand the industry is only going to provide better services, and I think more truthful services, frankly, to the public. And so, as we always say in our classes, if our members look good, we look good. And part of that is just making sure they're trained properly.
Absolutely. I think I'm going to add to that, too. I'm going to jump in and add a little bit to that. You know, the other thing that we've seen since I've become a Normie member a few years ago and really got involved with you guys is there is a desire that the people who are in Normie who really want to be the best in the industry, they want to go up a step. And you see it in the folks that show up on the Tuesday night for the the continuing education credit. You see it in the folks that are jumping around to the different tracks to pick up, you know, information that's related information so that they can just be more well-rounded in everything. And I believe we see it in terms of the people that want this, as you put it, Lance, upper level training so that they can better understand how everything ties together and, you know, be a real resource for both clients and their company. A lot of them come in just because we're seeing more and more transitions in these companies. There's, Doug, you said the we for older guys. Thank you very much. But we are seeing a lot of that transition. You know, you've got a lot of people that are moving into retirement and leaving these positions of, you know, responsibility in some of these remediation organizations. And we have a lot of people that are trying to step up to those. And like you said a minute ago, how do they do that without decades of experience? And I'm not suggesting that this course, a 3-day course, is going to, you know, substitute for 10 years of experience. But for somebody who's got, you know, half a dozen years of experience in the industry and wants to move into one of those management positions and, you know, position themselves for when the owners retire to maybe even take over the business, being an NCMP is going to be very helpful to them, because one of the main things it does is teach them how to see the microbial contamination picture from a bigger perspective.
Right. You know, we've talked a lot about, as I use the term, upper level type of training, and we've talked a bit about what's involved. But what makes this class really special? Is there like something you could really zoom in on to point that out?
Oh, I think the thing from my perspective, and having, you know, been the primary instructor for this for, you know, 20 years, the thing that the students all talk about afterwards are two things. One, it's a combination of learning and learning together. So there's a big emphasis on case study, and we get the students in the class, whether they're even participating online or you know, live in the classroom. We get people working through these different case study scenarios, and honestly, at the end of the class, we hear every class where people say, and quite bluntly, you know, what we learned from you, Michael, and the slides and everything was interesting, but what really made a difference in terms of this class resonating and us feeling more confident to go out and deal with some of these projects was working it through the case studies, because they're not simple. You know, if the people don't know how to set up a containment and where they're supposed to put their negative air machines and stuff by the time they get into this class, they probably shouldn't be in this class. But we're talking about how do they integrate this into much more complex projects. And like I said, they really enjoy the case study. The other thing that makes the class special or unique or different is that it doesn't just end with a class. And I know this can be scary for people. They hear that there's a post-class requirement, but that is, you know, if you're going to be considered a professional in the industry, you have to demonstrate that somehow. And so we do have a post-class requirement. We call it a capstone, but there's a lot of different projects that people can take on as part of that class afterwards to show that they're actually the upper level in the industry.
Okay, you can't get away that easy with just saying post-class requirements. I mean, you got to give us a little bit more about that. What's really involved with this, and you know, how does it enhance what was taught in the class?
Well, again, if you're going to be a professional in the industry, then you need to have a profile in the industry, right? You need to be recognized as somebody who's got this expertise. And there's certainly a situation where you can point to the certificate on the wall and say, see, that makes me a professional. But what we find out is that the people who are looked at by their peers as professionals have taken another step. They've taken the information that they know about the industry and they've translated it into something that's tangible. So we're very open in terms of what these capstone projects can be. We've had people come through the class and understand, you know, we're way behind internally on some of the safety and health programs, or our respirator protection program, or we don't have good marketing materials now that we understand this in a little bit better way for our customers, or we don't even know how, we haven't been doing a good job putting ourselves out in the industry. So all of those things, we've had capstones in the past from some of the professionals where they do their own, marketing brochures or safety and health programs. We've had people actually do experiments. They come into class and they've kind of had what I call a burning question. And this one gentleman just was totally fixated on the whole idea of the 10 square foot rule, which came from the New York City guidelines. And he was very much reflecting my attitude, saying, well, you know, if it's 9.5 feet, does that make it like less dangerous than if it's 10.5 feet? What if it's 1 inch, right? And so he actually did an experiment. He set up a containment area and did removal of less than 10 square feet. It actually turned out to be about 6 square feet of mold contaminated material under controlled conditions, and then did a lot of sampling while he was doing that to show what the impact was. And it, you know what, if you don't use your standard remediation techniques like negative pressure and HEPA vacuums, and the New York City guidelines say that you can just, you know, take a piece of drywall and cut it out, right? And he pretty much proved that to be false. Now that was way, I don't want to say way more, but that was on the kind of the top end of what somebody might do for a capstone project. A lot of them will actually just take their information and dig into one subset of the microbial industry, and then even write it up for an article for some of the technical journals or for the trade journals and stuff. And regardless of what they decide to do, two things are important in terms of the post-class requirement. One is that we work really hard in the class so that by the time everybody leaves, they know what they're doing. And then if they already know what they're doing, we can also help them in class provide the resources and the guidance and the encouragement they need to finish that up after class, so that, they do class, they do their test, but more importantly, this capstone project is what starts to set them apart. If it is an experiment or it is a, document that gets translated into a journal article or something like that, it also raises their profile and helps them to be recognized as a professional, not just by Normie and those of us that are kind of in the know, if you will, but all of a sudden it starts to bring them some recognition from their peers in the rest of the industry. So,
what I'm hearing from you talk about this, it sounds like, well, let's look at the government as an example. A lot of the government entities, they have to put a magical line, of what level is good, what level is bad. It's not a floating thing like radon, 4 picocuries per liter, 3.99999 is okay, but 4 is bad. Same thing with the 10 square foot rule. To me, it sounds more like this class is a collaborative environment from all the people with all their experience being there.
Well, it's a collaborative class run by a dictator, but
yes.
I mean, it is, there's structure to it. You have to be careful with that. And again, I think that's one of the reasons that you see individuals like myself and Doug being the primary instructors on that class, is because, we have to have the experience in the industry, but also as instructors to know how far to let that run and then when to rein that back in. So, yeah, I would say it is a very collaborative experience, but it's under guidance of the instructors.
So let me speak to that for a second, if I could, Lance, because I think this is really fascinating, and maybe this is kind of down into the weeds. Hopefully it won't be, but one of the things that we know about training, and this is why I love so much being able to work with Michael, was there are not a lot of trainers that understand this. There's a very big difference between teaching high school students and teaching adults. And part of the difference is that high school students don't know anything. Sorry, high school students, but they just don't know anything. And so they're sitting there listening to someone lecture to them, and they're hopefully listening and learning something that they don't know anything about. With adult learners, what you've got is you've got guys that are in that classroom who need to contribute and want to contribute and should contribute to the discussion because of the experiences that they've had that the trainer maybe hasn't had. So having someone at the head of the class like a Michael who knows the industry inside out, has got a tremendous amount of experience, but is still delicate enough to respect and honor the input that those students are going to have, makes the class, and as a term you said, kind of collaborative, but as he said, with a dictator. But that's how that happens. There are not a lot of teachers that can do that.
Well, and I want to follow up on that, Doug, and I say this in all humility. When I'm teaching that class, I learned so much, and one of the first admissions that I make to the students is that I am not a remediator. Right? I don't go out and tear buildings apart on a daily basis, and quite honestly, other than being out there, for the post remediation or doing sampling or sometimes getting out over the course of, multiple decades and actually getting my hands dirty just for the practice of it. I'm not a remediator. And so, and I never have been. I haven't been a contractor. I'm a consultant. I'm a trainer. I'm, a recognized professional. I'm an educator in the industry. But I have to tip my hat to the people who go out and do this every day. And by the time they get into this class, we generally, as you say, Doug, we have individuals that have a lot of experience and with the right coaching are willing to share what they know, so it does become collaborative. And sometimes it takes a half a day for people to warm up and understand that, we've got, I'm sorry, this is going to sound woke and horrible. It's a safe space for them to, open up and share their ideas and stuff. But I was using that term well before it was fashionable.
Well, it sounds like it's a extremely packed 3 days, and I guess that's one of the reasons that you have the post-class type of work. But, you know, it doesn't though sound to me like it's drinking from a fire hose. You know, a lot of these classes where they pack so much information in. So Doug, I know you've talked about that kind of stuff in a long time, and you've seen Michael teach this class several times. The flow rate, I guess, would be the best way to describe that. Comfortable?
Yeah, I think that's that delicate balance that I was talking about, as somebody who really knows what they're doing from a training standpoint, being able to give that information out in a way that it can be absorbed, but then start to see when the eyes are glazing over and take a break, you know? And sometimes that just takes experience, just teaching experience and understanding how the classroom works. It is a lot of information. One of the things that we've really tried to do is to make sure that they have in their hands all the slides that we've discussed. They can take copious notes, obviously for an exam that would follow, the certified proctored exam that would follow. But I think the idea is that being able to gauge the climate of the class, that's just something that, as I said, not a lot of people are able to do. But that's why one of the reasons I'm so happy that we've got Michael on board, because I think we have several trainers like that, and they're not easy to find.
Well, thank you for the compliment. What I will say is that it's real work to teach that class too. I mean, to be an active listener, it takes as much energy as to be an active speaker. And each class is different, more so than the mold technician class or even the sensitized individual classes that I teach. The NCMP class is different because I have, as a lead instructor, I have a little bit more tendency to let some of that collaborative discussion run, and then have figured out how to bring it back, or how to, if I have to trim a little bit from some of the, subject matter that we're going to talk about. Like you said, they have all the slides there so that they're not necessarily losing any of the critical information, but we may, speed up going through some of that in class in order to give more time for the discussion, depending on where the discussion's going. Or sometimes, depending on who's in the class and the whole dynamics of it, or just toward the end of the class, a lot of times they're just tired. And so, a lot of times it reverts back toward the last afternoon of the class where I do a little bit more of the lecture style presentation than throughout the rest of it, just because if they've really been at it kind of hammer and tongs for 2.5 days, it can be wearing on the students as well.
Doug, as executive director of Normie, how do you see the NPMC course really, or CMP, affecting the Normie structure? And what does it actually bring to us?
Well, I think this is a good time for me to talk about the Normie Pro designation, which I think is so significant. And that Normie Pro designation, which, oh, by the way, no one has yet, which not even Lance nor Doug nor Michael has this designation yet, was actually born, the Normie Pro designation was really born out of a need, as many good ideas are, to provide to the public a professional who could handle virtually any kind of issue, any kind of problem that they might face. And it was born out of this need when you and I, Lance, got a call from BP Oil, and they said, we need somebody to go offshore and do an assessment on one of our deep water oil rigs. And we both looked at each other and went, do we really have a Normie member who's qualified to do this? Somebody who has the safety training, someone who has the security clearances, there's somebody who has the experience in the background. Because when you get out on an oil rig, deep water oil rig, there's only one way out and one way back, and it's a helicopter. And there's not a lot of discussion or being able to, run to Lowe's and get something. So we decided, well, this is something that we should do. And so we did that. But out of that was born this idea of how do we get our guys to a master level? I think everybody's very familiar with what that terminology is. ISCRC talks about that, and others. How do we get our guys to the level where they can handle even those kinds of jobs. And so our dream was, and our goal was, which is now coming to fruition, was to have enough advanced training where we could have the designation Normie Pro, and we could give that to individual in the Normie membership who had the training on sensitized individuals, regular CMA, CMR, understood how to deal with formaldehyde, understood building sciences enough to be able to deal with air infiltration issues, knows what a blower door test is, knows how to spell a manual J, has had the advanced microbial professional classes. How do we put all of that together and say, this guy, this lady, we're going to give this designation to Normie Pro. And then when we get those kinds of calls, that's the person that we can send on that kind of project. So the Normie Pro designation, which again, I say nobody has, we're still working on that. We're hoping that by the end of the year, with the help of the President's Council, we'll have some very specific criteria so that folks can get there and get that designation. And we have some now that I think we could get pretty close, may already be there to be able to have that designation. That's where Normie is headed. We're going to set the standard for the highest level of professional training that's in the market today. And I frankly just don't believe anybody else has been doing that like we intend to. And with Michael's help, with the President's Council help, I think we're going to create something that this industry has needed for a long time.
And again, I just love jumping in on what Doug lays out as the foundation here. Truly, this NCMP class, one of the main ideas behind it is to help people see microbial contamination from a much broader perspective. And that was some of the stuff that you were talking about, Doug. There's great pieces of equipment and there's good things that we can steal, if you will, from the radon industry, like Lance had referred to earlier. And there's things on the asbestos side, there's things in the safety arena, there's things from all these different industries, general indoor air quality. And the more we can get people to think about it in terms of concepts and how these similar concepts can be applied to a project, but when we're faced with a potential problem, we don't have to be restricted to trying to find a mold piece of equipment or something, right? We can see it from a bigger perspective and reach out and realize that, hey, there's things from the indoor air quality arena that we may want to put in here. A great example, just if I can be a little bit, suck up just a little bit, is the ionizer for the tail of the negative air machine that's available, the PRVK, right? That's not really a mold remediation piece of equipment, or that's not an idea that really came from the mold remediation arena, but it's an idea that fits the mold remediation arena really well, as well as asbestos abatement and lead and just air cleansing, air washing when you're doing whole house cleaning. It's a technology that we're bringing over from somewhere else, and people need to understand a little bit about how that interacts and can be used in so many different arenas.
So I'll give you one, if I can, Lance, I'll give you one insight into some of the things that are going to be different in this particular class and some of the other classes that we're doing. In fact, at the new CMA CMR class that we're going to teach next week, we're going to introduce the concept of air washing, low pressure air washing, which is something we've never done in our training before, but it's brand new. 2023 for us is not new to Michael. Michael knew what it was. In fact, he helped me understand how we could fit it into our training program. But I think the point that I'm making is that our classes hopefully will stay up with the industry, and in some cases maybe stay ahead of the industry. And that's why they're constantly changing. You come to a CMA CMR class that we do today, it's not the same class that we did before COVID. It's just not.
And the NCMP class that we're going to do next is going to be different than the one that we did before.
Yeah.
And the other thing I would share there, Doug, and building on that, is that the only way we stay at and above where the industry is to rely on the people that are working in it every day.
That's right. That's right.
And tease out of them I'll be blunt with you. I'm thinking about it now over the course of the last 2 decades. Basically, every concept that's in this NCMP course I have taken from, with their permission and with their discussion in class, but basically I've taken from experts in the industry that are doing it every day.
Yeah.
And that to me is the best knowledge to share, is not, and again, I have gone through lots of levels of academic training, but there's a difference between information that's coming at you from an academic standpoint and information that's coming at you from things that have worked and really made a difference in the real world. So,
Michael, that's so important on so many levels. I mean, we teach in our classes about, for people that are becoming supervisors, to ask the people doing the work that have the working knowledge, how to improve their conditions, improve the technologies, give them what they need. And that's exactly what it sounds like you're talking about.
Well, the other thing I would add to that, Lance, is that it's important for the professionals to look and listen and learn. As I said, the more advanced I get and the more little buttons and designations and all the stuff I have, quite honestly, the humbler I'm getting, because I just am figuring out how much I don't know in all these different areas that I probably should know to pull together. And I'm honored, quite honestly, it truly is. I think about it, I'm honored to be an instructor in this class, because I'm sharing ideas. And, you may have heard the term, I'm sure a lot of people have heard this term, standing on the shoulders of giants. And the crazy thing about that is that a lot of the giants whose shoulders we're standing on for this class are people whose names are not necessarily household names or even really well known in the industry, quite honestly. They're just individuals who go to work every day, do a really good job, and are creative as how they do it, and we're kind enough to share some of that in that collaborative portion of the class that then we can, build on and use for the next one.
I knew the word collaborative was going to come back in there someplace.
Well, I had to for your benefit, Lance.
Thank you. Anything else about the class either of you would want to say?
Well, yes, I'll just say that I think this class, whenever it happens, we're looking at dates coming up in the next couple of months. But whenever this class actually happens, I'm really highly encouraged by the guys that have been taking our CMA CMR class. It's not too soon to get into this class, even whether you have a little bit of experience or a lot of experience. I think if you've been trained by Normie and you have that basic foundation CMA CMR class, this would be a very, very good class for you to take.
I want to add something completely different, and that is that our experience in this class is that it's challenging. It's a fair amount of work and everything. That shouldn't necessarily scare people who want to be professionals. But probably the biggest thing is it's fun. And the people that come through this class, talk to me even years and decades later about the relationships that they built in that class and their team when they were on their, because we divide them up and then put them in different teams at different points in time for the case study and stuff, and how they got to know some of the other people in their class. And a lot of those, believe it or not, in 3 days become friendships and professional relationships that they hang on to for years and decades. And just, it's one of those things where if you're a professional in the industry and you start to see yourself as a professional in the industry, you want to hang around other professionals in the industry. You have that desire to want to learn from them and share with them. And so we see this, and we see it happen in a very fun way in the class. So the fun factor is actually quite high, as compared to some of the other ones like the CMA, and not that that's not a fun class, but there's so much basic information that's getting across in some of these other classes that you don't quite have the same ability to allow the students in class to express themselves. And the collaborative nature and the case study nature of portions of this class allows some of those personalities to come out. And basically it just usually turns it into a pretty fun class.
I think listening to the two of you, and we've talked for probably close to 40 minutes already, the way I would just sum up what I've heard is 2 words: upper level.
Yep.
I think that does it. That says it all. Gentlemen, anything else? I think we've covered quite a bit of information here tonight.
Well, I'm just really appreciative of having the opportunity to chat with you and with Doug all at the same time and everything. And I would encourage anybody who's even, remotely curious to dig into it. And they can certainly call Normie and talk to Doug about it. They can, get the referral. They can chat with me about it. I'll be happy to spend more time explaining it. But it's a great class. I'm looking forward to having the next crop of people come through it.
And I'll just tell you that I'm excited to say that we've updated our website at training.normie.org to incorporate information about this class, the NCMP. Now, one of the things that's kind of unique about what we're doing these days is that this is going to be a trademarked designation, which means it's based on Normie training, and the NCMP cannot be used by anybody unless they've been trained by us. And so I think that's an additional level of credibility that you're going to get in the marketplace if you're in the industry that you'll not get anywhere else. And I'm just grateful in a very big way to Michael and what he's been able to bring to the team. And I think he's filled a void, and I'm excited about where we're headed with this whole advanced training program. So thank you, Michael, and thank you for being here, especially for this interview today.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you, both of you guys, and have a blessed afternoon, evening.
Michael Pinto, CEO of Wonder Makers, and Douglas Hoffman, the Chief Executive Officer from Normie. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
Yep.
Hi, I'd like to take this opportunity now to introduce one of the newest members of our team, and Doug Hoffman, who, for those of you that know him, he is the Executive Director of Normie, the National Organization of Remediators and Microbial Inspectors. And what I want to do is take this opportunity now to bring Mike Mosley in, who is one of the newest members of the Normie team, and he's going to be deeply entrenched in the sales side, so a lot of you will be talking to him. So Mike, you want to say a quick hello to everybody, and we'll get this thing started.
Well, thank you, Lance and Doug. I just want to say how excited I am to be a part of the team at Normie. I've gotten to know you all for the last couple of years while I was doing my previous role with another company, and I'm just thrilled to be a part of what Normie does and helping a lot of people out there really live healthier lives.
Well, Mike, it's exciting to have you on the team. I mean, I've been working with you now for about a week and a half, 2 weeks, and just hearing about your extensive sales background is something I want to talk about in a moment. But Doug, if you want to jump in here real quick, give Mike the official welcome.
I do. I've been so excited to have Mike on board. He's been with us actually for about a week and a half, and he's getting up to his eyeballs in training on all the different companies and how they work together, and what he can actually be doing in terms of helping not only our membership, but also helping to get some of our products out there with Best Living Systems. So I'll just be the one to say that I'm so excited to have him. His official title is Vice President of Business Development. And although that may say a lot about what he does, I look forward to us talking a little bit tonight about where he's going to be specifically in supporting our members and also getting those great products out into the hands of people who need them. So welcome aboard, Mike.
Thank you, Doug. I'm very, very happy to be here.
So Mike, let me ask you a question. I was looking through some of the background on you, and I know you're out there on a lot of the social media pages where people are able to look you up and find out more information about you. But after reading it, I realized that we only have 24 hours in a day to cover some of the things that you've done. So we're gonna have to cut this down to a little synopsis of, you know, your background. And from what I see, sales has been a tremendous part of what you do. I'm guessing you like doing that.
I love it. I love it. I love people. I like showing people how they can better their lives. There are a lot of products out there, some good, some bad. I like to think that I've chosen the good ones, and it's a way to help people live better lives, actually. I like what I do.
You know, we spoke the other day, and I threw the thing out there about do the right thing because it's the right thing to do.
Yes.
You know, and I saw your face light up with that because it's exactly what you were talking about. Same thing with the products, you know, doing right with the products because they're the right product to use and they work. And you seem to have a passion for that.
I do.
Well, I tell you, talking about his people person skills too, I'll just say some of you probably know what his role was in the previous company that he worked with. And it was really to be in charge of direct contact with the distributors of those products, and which meant that they needed to have somebody that they felt comfortable they could talk to, that he would actually pick up the phone, that he would have the answers and the skills to be able to help them. And I think that's one aspect of what he's going to be able to do for us, Lance, that is going to be really exciting, something that we wanted for a long time. In some ways, I always use this phrase, membership mentor, but I think in a lot of ways, that's what he's going to be able to, that's the role that he's going to be able to supply, is being able to talk to these guys and help them work through all of the details and navigate through a lot of the details that we deal with every day. We got to take a lot of that information for granted, but as he said, there's a lot of stuff out there that we've got that we need to share with our members and help them be better at what they do.
Yes.
Well, one of the big things, Mike, and I don't want, you know, to embarrass you with this or anything, but you come to us with a bunch of industry knowledge, and you know the market, you know the people and the players that are in it. And that's something that's very difficult to teach somebody coming in, even if they have a big sales background. So for you to be able to pick up the phone and talk to a contractor or an end user customer calling in, you understand the industry, you understand their needs. And I really think that's a tremendous asset to the Normie team.
You know, I really do have a lot of experience in those areas, from retail to commercial products and programs. As a matter of fact, I worked with and for Zig Ziglar for a couple of years. Some of the listeners out there might know a little bit about Zig, and you know, he always taught us that you help everyone else get what they get, and you'll always get what you get. And boy, believe me, that is so true. So from retail, commercial products, the one component that's there no matter what you're selling or where you go are the people. So if you know how to work with people, know that you're sincere and you like what you do, the rest is easy.
So I'm going to spin off that for a second, if I could. I wanted to talk about, because he mentioned the commercial side of it. I think that's an aspect that he's really going to be able to bring to the table for us. We have a lot of members that are very interested in commercial work, not only on our monitoring program, but also on the sale of commercial products. And I think Mike's going to really be able to help us in that side of the industry as well.
Well, I think the knowledge base gives some confidence, Doug. I think that's the biggest thing, knowing the industry and you have confidence. And then when a consumer or somebody searching for information reaches out, when you talk to somebody and you can sense that confidence, it makes it much easier. The person's found, let's say, a home to go for that support. And that's really what we're all about.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know that Mike knows this story. I know some of our members do, but we had recently, over the last several years, been called out to do an assessment in a huge commercial environment. And they wanted us to do an assessment. And they actually had a couple of IHs, industrial hygienists, on staff. And anyway, they accepted our proposal. We flew to Kentucky, spent several days doing that assessment, and flew back. And while I was out there, I was curious. I asked the decision maker, why is it that you selected us? You have industrial hygienists on staff. They called apparently a lot of people to try to find out who should do it. And we were a little more expensive than anyone else. He said, well, I'll tell you, he said, I could tell from the first time I talked to you that you had a solution and you said you could solve the problem. And he said, that's what I needed to hear. So I think you're exactly right, giving our members the confidence with the way we back them up and the way we support them, but giving them the training and the confidence that they need, that they can get into the marketplace and solve the problems that people are dealing with. Having somebody like Mike on the team just enhances that asset.
Absolutely. And Mike, again, it goes back to me, the importance is the confidence and the comfort zone that the end user or our members actually will get when they talk to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Lance. Yeah, I'm excited about it because I do understand a lot about the commercial. I understand a lot about the residential markets, and I think I'll be a benefit to customers and Normie and the Best Living Systems alike.
Well, I'm excited because people will call you and not me. So, there you have it. No, only kidding. You'll see.
The truth comes out.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Well, Mike, welcome aboard. Doug, is there anything else you wanted to talk with Mike about?
No, I just I share in his excitement. This is something that we've wished we could do for a really long time, many years, and I'm just glad that we're starting 2023. Is going to be a fantastic year, and I'm just glad we're starting it out in this way.
Well, Doug, let me thank you. Lance, let me thank you for all the help you've given me so far, and I hope you'll continue to give me, and especially to those of you out there listening. I'm so excited and look so forward to working with you all and helping you build your businesses, because we can do that time together. I know we can.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Doug. Take care, everyone.
Thank you.
I'd like to welcome my guest today, Keith Gongitano, who is the founder and CEO of the manufacturing of a product called Airwall. And I'm going to bring Keith in here in a second, but you'll see in the background one of the Airwalls, and that's what we're going to be talking about today. So, Keith, how about a quick hello?
Hey there. How you doing, Lance? I'm glad to be here.
And we're glad to have you. So I'm going to get right into this. And I got a few questions right off the bat, because when I see your email come to me, it says Zeppelin guys. And I'm kind of curious as to, we've always called you or associated you with the Airwall product, but the name of the company is Zeppelin. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's Zeppelin. It's when we first founded the company, you got to find a name. And since it's inflatable, Zeppelin just kind of seemed like a cool name, and we went with it, and we designed a logo for it. But then the product needed a name, mainly because if it's going to have a line item on Xactimate and other things, it needs a name. And so it became Airwall, and then over time it became Airwalls by Zeppelin, which is containment from A to Z. So it's just kind of one of these things. But if you look us up, you'll find us both on Airwalls and Zeppelin.
Okay. Well, so where did this concept come from? Because in the remediation and healthcare and restoration type of industries, this is something completely new.
It is new. It evolved is what it did. It started with me helping a friend with his restoration company back in the summer of 2017, and I was in a crawl space. It was a miserable experience. I spent 3 hours trying to build a chamber so that we could get the subfloor dry, and among other things, I got bit by a spider and bruised and battered, and managed to only build marginal containment, a chamber. It was terrible. And so I invented the crawl space tool. It was just kind of one of those fully formed ideas in my head. I just knew how it had to work. Convinced a friend who's now a part of the company and pretty much has been since the beginning, because without him, a lot of this stuff wouldn't exist, just because he's the one that knew how to build it. His name is Cole, and I convinced him to build our first prototype for crawl spaces. And one thing led to another. You know, we started thinking, what about a doorway? I wonder if we could use this very tool in the doorway. And so I repurposed it, and it was very ugly. And we thought, well, the concept works. It's just not going to work, you know, in the sense that it's really gross and ugly looking. So we designed something for that. And then we moved on to windows. And then we realized at some point that because we met a fine gentleman by the name of Mark Cornelius, he's among other things, he's a member of the board on the IICRC. He's a trainer for years. He's been in the industry for almost 40 years. And he loved our product and just asked me a very simple question. That he was looking at the doorway unit, our X, and he said, so how do you get out? And I looked at him with a very kind of lost look, and he goes, how do you get out? Where's your doffing chamber? You know, when you're doing a mold job, you got to have a doffing chamber. And it just never occurred to me. And so that's, you know, kind of what started my wheels spinning. And we went round and round and round. And the other question was always about power failure as well. What do you do about a power failure? Because the crawl space unit and the Airwall X, which is built for doorways, and the window units as well, they're all constant air kind of appliances. They require air from your air movers or your HEPA filters and things like that. And if the power goes out, well, then they deflate and they stop functioning. And so we went around for a long time before we settled on what we ended up with. And you'll actually see that behind me. You can actually see that's the full system. That's 2 Airwall Nexus on either side of me, and behind me is the front of the.
Let me interrupt you real quick,
yeah.
Because we'll talk about all the different types of configurations and products and stuff that you've come up with, because yeah. I know your mind just works continuously on this stuff. But I mean, the simple question is, how do these work? I mean,
air.
Air. Okay.
Yeah, they inflate. You know, and you're right. I tend to get, you know, I love my stuff and I think about it all the time, so I go fast. The 2 that I talked about first, they require constant air. You connect them to your air movers, your negative air machine, and you do what we call pre-cycle the air. You capture the air coming out of the machine directly, and then you take that air and do what you want with it, whether it's to exhaust it from